I'm not sure what's been going on with OBS lately, but every once in a while I start a stream and it apparently shows up for you guys for a couple of seconds and then goes offline and then shows up again. I want to see what happens today. You will notice that there is something visible that is not normally visible, and it's right there. That is a heating grate, but the reason why it's visible is because I elevated at least this monitor. So when you see me look at chat, you're probably going to see me turn my head down. Better than turning my nose up. Hey, Hideo. So my stream doesn't look online to me right now. Okay, cool. It is online. Good. For those of you watching the VOD, you're probably like, what is he talking about? Obviously we're seeing the VOD, right? But yeah, I can't tell that I'm online right now. Alright, the first thing I'm going to do is put Botland online. Tuesday, Adam is currently... Okay, let's get the old today command so that I can get this thing. And then let's kick this process off. That can't be good. That definitely can't be good. There's always some curveball that's thrown at me. Well, this works, so my credentials didn't change. Maybe I just had to restart this machine. Let's try that. This could be some time thing. Hey, Liquidor. Oh, wait a second. I can't put Botland online right now. Not with the shader thing outstanding. Maybe... let me think about this for a sec. Yeah, okay. I need to stash save all of these. Okay, let's do that process. So I was about to just screw everything up anyway. And yeah, that's what I'm doing now, Liquidor. Okay. Bomb client version 2. Yeah, we got to update changes and everything. 0.1.13. I don't know that much about programming. What I know is that red text means something is not good. You are correct, Einzel. Hey, Echo. How'd your stream go yesterday? I only stuck around for a couple of minutes because usually when I host somebody, it's time to be offline. And that's about all I've got the energy for. So this is shader stuff. So we're gonna have to do this. Let's do this. What happened here? So upload Botland, modify changes, stash pop, update today. Yeah, no problem, Echo. And yeah, no, I get the reference, Liquidor. I saw, there were 4 seasons of that show, right? It's the IT crowd, I think. Yeah. But it's still good advice sometimes. Hey, my uncle. Alright, so let's kick off the regular deploy process that I've been bypassing this entire time. Modify this, BL deploy. Okay. And let's connect back to this. And if credentials work now, it means that there was some time drift problem, which I thought I'd fixed. Yeah, it does work. Okay, well, whatever. The thing is, I don't know when I saw that show, but I feel like it was 6 or 7 years ago. So I probably only recognized the most famous quotes from it. I do particularly like the premise behind the episode where I forgot their names already, But anyway, one of the guys wanted to know sports information without actually watching sports. So he signs up for a newsletter where they tell him everything he needs to say. I like that plot. Okay, this part's good. So we're waiting for this thing to finish. This is going to take some time. In the meantime, we can start updating changes. I believe there's going to be a lot here. At least a lot to weed through. I don't know how much of this is actually relevant stuff for you guys. Yeah, probably not a lot, because there's a lot of cosmetics combiner stuff. That's not relevant, but we got to go through, 100 lines of this. And Perry. I don't know why I respond to that salutation. Okay, so this doesn't matter to you guys. This doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. This doesn't really matter. There is the design document somewhere. See, this is what's frustrating. These don't have titles. So how am I supposed to know which one's which without just clicking all of them? You can't title them either. Like, this means nothing to me. Man. Well, it's this link. Read more about the balance changes here. Hey, Hitch Slap. It's going well. I woke up today without as much pain as yesterday, and I raised my monitor up a bit, and I've been doing some exercises. I'm gonna see how this goes. If everything's good in the next couple days, I'm probably gonna go back to the gym again, and then I'm gonna get serious about gymming. Change starting bot color formula. Stop using bind, doesn't matter. Fix several Pixie-related memory leaks. Please let me know if you still see memory increasing for every game you play. Well, yeah, there. Okay, refactor these functions. Doesn't matter. Relocate client-specific components. No. Oh no! Oh, I'm gonna be, darn it! I forgot about this. So now, when you try to look at a replay, you're gonna have these buttons at the bottom that do nothing. All right. Well. Hey Vito. And Heinzel, I think that used to be true. I think there are a lot more health conscious programmers now. Just use tinyURL with your own short URLs, then add those to the Google list so that you can recognize them. No, it's not that big a deal. I can just keep using the commands. And no, and Barry, I'm gonna schedule a different appointment this week. So yeah, this doesn't matter. When editing your defense or attacking someone, you can now clear all of your bots. This wasn't actually fixed. This doesn't really matter. This I'm pretty sure you guys already had, right? Play.bot.land has the logo? Yeah, it has a logo. You guys have already seen this then. Okay, well, those are all the changes. So did the deploy finish? Yes. Now can we do this? Hopefully. Yes. Great. Now we push this one too. You forgot the kappa. Is that a joke or a quote, Liquidor? What is that kappa face? God, I need someone to explain everything to me. Alright, so that's been done, almost. Hang on a second. Okay, excuse me. Tiny.bot.lan. Okay, so over here, we've got the right IP addresses, and now we just run this. What are you doing, Vito? Why do I only see? There, you've been unbanned, but stop doing that, because I don't want to have to keep unbanning you. Okay, this should be in order. The only thing I still need, and I think I did this over here, yeah. The only thing I still need is the IP address here. So yeah, yesterday there were 62 games played, but there was no real update to the game. Today there's going to be an update, not like it's a huge update or anything. There. Alright, yeah, no, Vito, I got it. Okay. And now we wait for this stuff to start up. Cool. So modified changes, let's go finish that. Oh, 0.1.13, March 7th, 2017. In general, I don't know. Miscellaneous changes. I don't think I should have an in general thing if I'm going to do that then. What's the shortest possible link? Probably 4 characters, if I had to guess. Like t.co or something. I mean, I guess you have the protocol in front of it too, but if you don't count that, I think it's 4 characters. Yeah, this doesn't seem like, what, 8 days worth of work? But the memory leaks were pretty tough. And there's a lot of fixes that happen behind the scenes that you guys don't see, like the cosmetics tool. That actually took a really long time. And I also kind of lost a day in the streams. But anyway, describe version 0.1.3. There we go. Alright, how are we looking over here? Good, not good, and good. Although this is not, it's not finished, but it's also not stuck on something. If it were stuck, it'd be stuck on that step. So we can just run this, and we should have a game server online now. Right? Yes. So give it about 4 minutes, and everything should be online. So now we can do a stash pop here. Good. And update today. Cool. Let's go do that. So Adam is working on miscellaneous tasks for the majority of the day. This is no longer a thing. So refactoring, bug fixes, etc. Botland is online here. Yeah, that sounds good. So cool. Now we can delete all these. And we're down to just this stuff. So the first thing we're going to do is, I guess, figure out how we're going to pass times into the shaders. And then I do want to get some refactoring done. Why is there no one char domain extension thing? Yeah, I don't know. Also, what you're looking for is top level domain. That's what .com, .gov, what was the one the Liquidor used? .dk. These are top level domains. And so you're asking, why is there no one letter one? I don't know. Maybe it's not descriptive enough. But there's a consortium that decides all of that, I think. Hey, J Bugsy. Yeah, are notifications working for everybody? Because a lot of the time people will come into my stream and they'll say, I didn't get a notification. This was in the old system though. Okay, so let's get back to, whoops. Okay, well, I didn't mean to do that. This should already be set. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. We can just do this. Works fine for you? Okay. Whoop. Well, that means that we're doing something wrong in the shader. Yep, invalid number. I still have that LF there. Daw, J Bugsy. How's your aquarium doing? Okay, good. Yeah, Echo, I know you were one of the people who was saying that. So it's good that it's working now for you. Okay, so one of the things that I don't know is why, despite having precision high P here, this isn't an actual high precision float. I wonder if Pixie.js has this in their issues or anything around this. I'm assuming that this is what Hideo was searching for yesterday. Issues. These are my issues. Where are Pixie's issues? So I just want to see this. Huh. Interesting. Also interesting, I didn't know about this, renderer.drawCount. Huh. Colors are so cool. Alright, let's take a look. Oh yeah, that is pretty neat. Fishland. Hey EJ. Was there a snarky letter attached? Saying something like, you shouldn't have gotten this for free. Renderer.drawCount. Let's take a look at what this is. Debug main.pixie-wrapper.renderer.drawCount. That is not a thing. This is a WebGL renderer, but there's no draw count apparently. Do we have anything close to that? Draw modes. No. No. There isn't anything like that. I wonder if you have to enable some kind of debug capturing. Well, I'll have to check this. Let's look for draw count. Does it even still exist in the code base? No, it doesn't. Okay, well then this was just... This is only from 2016 though. They must have removed it. What does this person do though? Okay. Interesting. Hey, Lepko. Let's go. What is this? Do you have a pet or something? I've never seen you just type arbitrary letters. Oh, the original. Oh, I see, Jay. Okay, yeah. I forgot exactly what had happened there. Okay, well, this is not going to be our solution. What we're going to do here is we're going to change this back to medium precision, and we're going to pass in just smaller numbers. We're going to see what happens there. So let's do this. We have uniforms dot star equal now. That's what we want to search for. So there's one, there are three. And what we want to change this to is date.now divided by 10,000. I just want to see how does this perform. This one shouldn't matter at all. Okay, so let's take a look. What is this getting set to now? I mean, Levko, I see that. It still doesn't make any sense to me. Why 10,000.0 and not 10,000? This is a habit that's stuck around since strongly typed languages that I've been using. This was typically to represent that, like, let's say you had double, I don't know, some value equals like 5, and you wanted to divide it by something. So you do value divided by 2, for example. Well, to show that this is also a double, I would put 2.0, even though there wasn't a need for it. But yeah, it doesn't really matter. Okay, so what did I break here? Or did I not break anything? And this is just weirdly sized. Okay. This might still be too large a number. In which case, really, something like what Hideo said is probably not a bad idea. Just do... Hey, John Coot. Let's just do this. Excuse me. Wow, I sure sneeze a lot every day. Debug get shader time. So we'll do this. And there, now everywhere that I do this, I can just replace it with this thing. Thanks, Echo. You guys are goofballs. Is this the right amount of attacking bots when testing? How many defending bots do you have? 10? And there's what, 2, 4, 6? It's probably right, but I probably just didn't balance it really. Let's take a quick look. Where does this even come from? Keycode.v test defense. Commence game phase. If is testing, create bots for AI. Num to deploy is num attacker bots per phase times 2. Yeah, it was correct. Because I guess, what level are you? Defender bots allowed is set to 10. Yeah, so you're probably level 3 on that account. And the attackers are allowed 3 per phase, so it multiplies it by 3, which gives you, or sorry, by 2, which gives you 6. But yeah, 10 versus 6. It says it was going to add 15 bots in the console. Can you copy paste that message? Yeah, whether or not you placed all 10 doesn't matter. And I mean, that's something we could modify later. It's not very important. Also, like I said, this is the number we got for the date here. I think this is probably still too large. Really, if we're only allowed, what was it, 16,000? Precision only goes up to that. Then we'd have to divide by too much here. So I think what we're going to have to do is just chop off all the top numbers. EJ. Alright, that's it. I'm writing this down. Then EJ. Basis for Devon. Oh. Oh, you know what this probably is? This is probably your defense that has that. If this would load, there we go. Yeah, added 15 bots and 3 non-bots. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. 2, 4, 6. So that's 15. And then 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fine. I don't know why that's even printing out, to be honest. It probably shouldn't be. Oh well. Yeah, but I don't think there's a problem there. Okay, so let's test something out. Here's what I want to see. If I make a number, so 2 to the 14th, and we add 1, so 16,385 divided by 750. Now, this should be equal to 21.84. So we should see something that's pretty light white here. If we see something that's light white, then that means that we can make numbers that are larger than, yeah, weird. Light white, I meant like gray. I guess white is only one color, right? What does this mean? This means I don't understand precision, apparently. Well, you did your daily quest. You leveled up, EJ. Hey, Skynet. Maybe, let me take a look. There was some article yesterday we looked at. Medium P site stack overflow. Where is it? Close is not a real question. Oh boy. Yeah, you should use medium precision and low precision wherever possible. Low precisions for colors, medium precisions for texture coordinates. Maybe I should just pass in an integer. Yeah, we don't even... What am I doing? Why did I even make this a float to begin with? What other types do we have in GLSL types? Dark white is my favorite color. Int. 32-bit integer. And unsigned int. Hey, look at that. Who would have thought? So what's 2 to the 32nd? And what's the number we're getting? It's way larger than that, I think. So we use, what, 8 bytes to represent a date in JavaScript? Yeah, I saw this too. So it's a good thing that that didn't just work and I went forward with that solution. Not that it would have been hard to change later. But here's the number we have, and here's the highest number we can go up to. Yeah, so we still need to do something, even if we used an int. Or an unsigned integer, I should say. Because what dates must be using, yeah, they must be using 8 bytes. Otherwise there's no way to represent them. Does it say how many bytes? Like I said, I'm pretty sure this is 8. I wanna make absolutely certain I'm not doing something silly here. They don't talk about dates in here. Yeah, well, anyway, it has to be. They don't mention anything here. Oh well. If it matters at all in any way, then it also prints out at 9 bots and 3 bots when the match is over. Yeah, okay, yeah, that should be fine. Also, the thread you were looking for is this one. Yeah, thanks, Hideo. Where would Twitch be without the lol emote? Not even part of Twitch. Oh, and ints only go up to this value anyway. 2 to the 10th is 1024 though. What? I think this is for uniforms. I gotta figure this out. Alright, well. So, this is a sample date. I guess if we just make a uint and we cut off 3 of the digits, well, 4 of the digits, we should be fine. Those weird things to happen at these digit shifts. Next answer, there's also for both ints and floats, precision and ranges across fragment and vertex shaders are the same. That part's fine. And yeah, I am Spurman. Well, I'm trying to just pass in a time that represents something to the shader. It doesn't have to be milliseconds since the epoch. That was just the easiest thing to try to do. So now I'm trying to come up with a different way to do this. So I guess, how bad would it be if I did this? When the arena starts, start a time value at 0 and keep track of MS since launch. Pass that into the shader. Yeah, this is what we could do. And that's what Spurman suggests as well. Well, so we could just say this dot shader time. And then every time we update, we say this plus equal delta time. Hey, Draclin. And then over here, we just set this to 0. And everything magically works. Hooray! Okay, let's try it out. So all that should happen if this is working correctly is not that, because I changed the code here. This. That's, yeah, okay. Hey, Pawn. Nice. Okay, so this doesn't look like it, but it's working great. Wonderful. This is what botland's all about. Some rectangles fight some other rectangles, and one of them changes colors. It's a pretty deep game, actually. So now in order to fix this, we just uncomment this, and everything magically works. Well, well, well. So current time minus fire time is always going to be a positive number, or 0. So this should work, except for that part. Oh, come on. What did I do wrong here? No. I did something. Oh, I have this comment now. Okay, cool. I like the new bottom bar. Maybe I should just forfeit this lost defense. Liquidor. Still the next answer. If you're using medium P with int, it'll exceed the spec of ES 2.0. It'll only be ES 3.0. Interesting. And if you go for ES3 only, lots of devices won't be able to use that, I guess. Yeah, this is the kind of thing where, thankfully, this is not really set in stone, so I think we should be fine. Hey, Sound of Gaming. I thought you were nerfing cloaking. Well, now it should be fixed. That was not good. We can't do that. We need to say if fire time... Where is this? If fire time is greater than 0 and... fire time elapsed is less than that. Hey, Jew. Well, they're not invisible bots anymore. There we go. Let's take a look. Here's what we're going to do now. We finally got it working. Everything is great. All we need to do is change this code. Has fire. So we don't care about this. We don't care about this. So now whenever they use area repair, they're going to blink red for 300 milliseconds. Which is not long enough to... actually, no, it's kind of fine, right? Like, imagine if they got hit by a laser instead of just using repair. I think that would look pretty good. They flash red when they get hit. Okay, that's pretty good. Definitely. I don't know about this part here. We're passing in time, current time, and fire time. Are you in a co-workspace? There's someone talking in the background. I am not. I'm at my house. And you shouldn't be hearing anyone talking in the background. Earlier, my wife was leaving for work. You might have heard her. But she's not here now, I'm pretty sure. This is the evolution of the look behind you meme. Is ES a whole new programming language or built on top of JavaScript? So I think you might be talking about ECMAScript when you say ES, as opposed to embedded, whatever the OpenGL thing is. And JavaScript is an implementation of ECMAScript. So ECMAScript is the standard, and JavaScript is an implementation of it. Which, in practice, just consider them to be the same thing. Except it kind of looks like EMP, right? Like it's going outward, not repairing. I'm pretty sure you're trolling me. So this was just the outward effect for anyone who is not a troll. The outward effect is what area repair looks like. It repairs all your bots within like 3 tiles. The red thing is what we're testing here. So the red flash that you see, that's what's going to happen when a laser hits you. I just wanted to test it on something I could trigger myself, which is area repair. It's a marketing name of ECMAScript? Oh, I didn't think it worked that way. Okay, my bad. Alright. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, well, people who follow the development of Botland, EJ, they knew. They knew what it was. So the only thing I think is left to do here is this fire time elapsed. I think we make the fractional time be based on that. That way it always looks the same, which maybe is not something we want exactly, but we can offset it by a value. How does this look? Yeah, I don't know if that's too fast. I don't think it is. And replay speed is not taken into account here. Yeah, that's too long now. So I guess we said this is 300. And the reason why it looks like it's too short is because this is divided by 350. So, well, actually, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on here. So there's just a dangling L. The red flash part is actually hard for me to see. I'm like the troll who cried wolf. Well, the red flash may be hard for you to see, but it's not. So the way that you're typically supposed to design any interface or game around colorblind users is that color can't be the only indication that something's happening. So, and ideally you'd have a way of a special mode for colorblind users. In this case, a laser hitting you is the indication that something happened. And then you flashing red is just a nice effect. That's all. So if you can't see the flashing red that well, that's okay. Because that's only one kind of laser. I mean, you'll see the laser hit you, and that'll be the indication that you took damage. And then the bot will flash red. So we'll have one for vampiric, we'll have one for regular, which will just be smoke. And do we have a color here somewhere? What is this? 0.500. And then minus the other colors. So if we wanted it to flash purple, how would we do this? I guess we'd change this. The problem is I don't know the color code for purple. It's like half red, full blue. So half red, full blue. Although really we should probably do it this way maybe. And then subtract that. This may look bad. Let's try it out. I don't know if this is looking to flash purple or not. Oh, that worked. It's pretty fast, so it's hard to see. But neat. So if you get hit by a vampiric laser, you would flash purple. Hey, Mels. How would you come from ES to GLSL? I'm not sure exactly what you're asking there. How long do you think it'll take until Botland is finished? So to be honest, I think it would take several more months. But I don't think we're gonna... I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen exactly. It could be that we do totally finish it before releasing and just beta is unfinished. It could be that I'm underestimating what I want in the minimum viable product. We'll see. So this is working well enough. We have some different colors in here that we can use. I guess that's what might need to be passed in. So what's remaining then? Pass in times around all different effects. Vampiric lasers, ignite, infernal lasers, etc. And then clean up the code. So the other thing is, this should only be when a laser hits you. And this means we need to know what the source of the laser is. This means we need to know exactly what the source of a laser is. Vampiric versus stunning versus whatever. That's not probably too bad. What we can start by doing is changing... What is it? Get debug shader time. What do I call this function? Also, what was that? What is this? I've never seen this dialogue before. is this? Oh, these are all of the functions in the entire project. Wow. Control Shift R. This is something new with Sublime Text 3. So if I search for something like roll dice, well, that's not the definition of it, but interesting. Only when attacking is the bot panel one bot wide. When editing defense is the... Yeah, that's intentional, Liquidor. So that follows the UI mockup. So when you're editing a defense, you have 2 bots visible. When you're attacking, you have 1 bot visible. And the reason why is because when you're attacking, you don't have a chips panel here. When you're editing your defense, you have wall, pit, chips. You can put things that are not just bots. But when you're attacking, it's just bots. Okay, well, I got sidetracked for a second there. Let's do this. We'll search for where I'm setting this. Here it is, area repair triggered. So we need a way of updating a uniform on a particular entity. So let's get rid of this entire thing. Go back down to debug shader time. And we'll write a function that says something like get filter of entity. But then we need to check this here if it's defined. Or what I could do is I could write something like set uniforms of entity uniforms and values. This would be probably a much better way of doing this. Let's try this out. So here's what we do. We get the filter. If the filter doesn't exist, so if this is less than or equal to 0, then just return because there's nothing to do. Otherwise, we get the filter and we object.assign all of the passed in uniforms to the filter that we have. Why can't you put a wall while attacking? So the serious answer, despite that it probably wasn't a serious question, is that as an attacker, if you were to place walls, you could probably exploit the defender much more than the defender can reasonably respond to. So I don't think it's something I'm going to allow. Okay, so object.assign filter.uniforms, uniforms, and values. Let's try that out. The problem here is that we'd like to just have... Oh no, this will work. Okay, yeah, let's try that out. Delete, delete, delete. So now when you get shot by a laser, where does that happen? Projectile was fired. Oh, it's only when the projectile actually hits you though. Need to try to take replay speed into account. Yeah, this complicates things a little bit. Not sure how I'm going to do this actually. So what I want to figure out, well first, okay, let's try something. If I do this dot set uniforms of entity, so I get the source entity, which has to be done down here, that means, and then I set something like fired time to this dot debug get shader time. So this should be exactly what we had before. in that when we call area repair, it's going to make us flash, what, red at this point, I think? That did not work. Oh, it's called source entity there. This should just be entity. And I guess it needs a sprite too. If not, nah, whatever. Could you show how you use object-oriented programming and API routing in the server? I had to rewrite the website in the object-oriented programming way. Not sure what are the best practices for that. I mean, okay, so having objects is one thing. Having inheritance is another thing. And I think a lot of the time people associate object-oriented programming with inheritance too. So I try to avoid that as much as possible and use composition instead. But in general, when it comes to the server that I have, there's very shallow inheritance. There's some base class that just has a couple of functions there. And then as far as the routing goes, there's something like this, like /health will go to get health. And that's it. It's pretty simple. It's just saying, hey, when you get this call, just run this function. And this function is going to be this dot get health. Regress next. So these two are the same thing. Okay. So we test this out. Yep, there it is. There's that red flash. So we want this to be when a projectile hits. Once we can get that working, everything else is just filling in the blanks. But getting that working is going to be the last difficult thing. Why would you be sorry for that, Vito? Oh, also we want this to run even on CPUs. Interesting. Yeah, so how am I going to do this? The problem is that we actually hit an entity in the chase target system. Oh wait, we have the arena here. Oh, this might not be so bad. Wow. Reach destination. This is where we need to know exactly what kind of laser this was. Yeah, we just have is laser. We don't have the type of laser. Yeah, that's too bad. Alright, well for now, we'll just make a generic thing. I guess there's one harder part of this. Depending on how the chase target system operates, we may need to change is laser component. Alright, so if it's a projectile, yeah, create explosion equals true. So I guess right here we could say something like whatever I did for this. So we have the target entity there. This dot arena dot set uniforms of target entity. This dot arena dot get debug shader time. This isn't the best way of doing things, but let's try it out. So now whenever any projectile hits a target, it should flash that target red. Okay, apparently not when artillery hits the target. Yeah, but you can see the missile is causing it to flash red. It looks pretty good, actually. Because we can drop in any other effect we want there. Okay, so let's have them fire missiles back. We'll just say figure it out here. Hey, Digi. Okay, what about this? When the CPU is hit, does that flash red? No, it doesn't. Which would mean it doesn't have a filter? Let's try something out. Test shader.frag. So if I just say base color.rgb. So we're going to make everything bright pink. And this will let us know exactly what has this shader and what doesn't. I imagine it's just all of the bots, and that's it. It's gotta be. RGB. That's how much I remember. How's it going? It's going pretty well. I'm fixing up the shader stuff from before. Yeah, okay, so this is missing it, and then we also don't have it on chips. Yeah, chips don't have them. Okay, well, it shouldn't be too hard to fix. We create filter, make filter. What do I call this thing? There it is, make filter. And math.random, is that even used? Test uniform value? Test uniform. I don't think we need that. Plus, it's not used anywhere, right? Yeah. So delete that. Delete that. Delete that. That. And that. And one more area. Yeah, this one. Okay, so when making a CPU, where does that happen? Right here. So where's the sprite? CPU sprite. Here it is. And that's that. Okay, so now the CPU should be bright pink. Nice. Oh God. There's a tiny problem with the CPU, and it's that its sprite is the size of a tile, as opposed to just the CPU image itself. Hey, Vexter. And yeah, this is my game that I'm making. It is playable right now if you want to try it out. Right now I'm working on some of the shader effects. Well, not the aesthetics of them so much as the foundation for their code. Okay, so this is done for this, and then we just need one more for the chip. Where is the chip sprite? Here. Okay, not bad. So now everything is bright pink. We obviously don't want it to stay bright pink because that looks terrible. Yep, but it is working. So next up, we just get rid of the bright pink part. And now anything that gets hit is going to flash red. And the CPU is going to look a little bit weird when that happens because it's taking up the entire tile. Well, let's take a look. Does it work with this? Oh, it's got to be hit by missiles. Let's just get rid of that. Artillery. Here. Done. So now all of them have missiles. So artillery will just never be fired anymore. Alright, let's take a look. This should flash red. Not quite correct. The filters never get updated. So it is flashing red, but it never stops. And like I said, this looks weird. Yeah, so we gotta update uniforms for everything. Yeah, bot sprites. It's gonna be, oh, this doesn't matter. And do we have any other console logs here? Yeah, we do. So it's anything with a filter. I guess we know that it's going to be bot sprites, CPU sprites, and what other indexers do we have? CPU and chip, yeah. So these, isn't he the shader pro? Yeah, he is. And he's the one who made the shader that I'm using right now. Eventually we can swap in any effect we want. Hey, Syntonic. My morning's going pretty well, and hey, Endurin. I've been working on getting shaders working for all the different entities and passing in time values. And that way, whoever feels like writing a shader can just write one. And if it looks good, we can just put it in a botland. This is JavaScript, which is not the same as Java, but similar in name. Hey, Sparrowcow. Okay, so let's take a look. I always forget how to do this in JavaScript. Actually, no, we can just use flatten, can't we? Yeah, forget this. So we want these. There. And now everything should just work. Let's take a look. So this should flash red just for a short amount of time. That looks a little bit weird. I think what's tough is that these are all getting repeatedly attacked. So it's hard to see. Also, yeah, okay, so there's a couple of problems here. So when multiple projectiles hit a target, if the time value was already set, then we shouldn't modify it. I don't know. I'm not sure how we want to do this. Will it be a multiplayer game? Yeah, hang on a second. All right, it's already a multiplayer game. Yeah, like I said, you can just play it if you want. What does flatten do? Flatten takes arrays like this and turns them into an array like this. So what I'm doing this for is because I have my setup looks like this. So it's 3 arrays that are side by side, and I want them to all turn into just one array. Yeah, I'm not really sure what to do for this. So if 5 missiles hit the same target, in some games you would spawn like 5 red flashes. We can't really do that. No, we definitely can't do that. Also, out of curiosity, why does this sometimes not get laid out correctly? Oh, I think it's because of the auto login. Alright, so what else can we do? Other games may spawn 5 red flashes when 5 missiles hit. We can't do that because there's only one uniform controlling the flashes. So what would we do instead? What are the options really? Option number 1 is restart the effect. This looks weird though. And option number 2 is ignore the new effect. To learn assembly, Skynet? I usually find for assembly that just the manual for whatever assembler you're using is decent. Having a tutorial could help though, but assembler is something where, hey, this opcode does this and it has these effects, and that's it. So then it all becomes about learning techniques and optimizing things yourself. How long were you programming for before you were able to jump around and code fast and properly? I'm not sure. That's a good question. I still feel like you'll never know exactly what to do at first. There's always going to be some research phase and testing things out, and every programmer still always writes bugs. That's just a thing. And so there are still some pitfalls. But I do think it would take several years. What about making it flash if the entity has been hit in the last X time? Well, the question is, so that's what's happening right now, but what happens if 2 missiles hit a target at the same time? And so Sparrowco says, restart the effect. Well, that's what's happening right now, Sparrowco. And let me set it so that everything has way too much life. That way you can see what it looks like. Life equals 20,000. There. So everything has 10 times the amount of life it should have. So you're going to see a bunch of missiles hit the same target repeatedly. So take a look. This is what it looks like with the effect restarting. Like, this is flashing and it... Wait, no, maybe this isn't even correct. No, never mind. Yeah, maybe restarting it looks fine, and maybe I just made a bug here. Let's take a look. Oh, it's here. Update uniforms. Which I guess I could have searched for it this way, right? Neat. It's pretty helpful. So bot, CPU, and chip. Yeah, this should all be correct. Gotta be something I'm doing wrong here. Let's try something else. Filter.uniforms.fire time equals this minus 200. So it'll always be kind of red. While the entity is flashing, don't start a new one. Once the effect is worn off, if it's been hit in the last 250 milliseconds, repeat. Yeah, so let me take a look for a sec. Yeah, I think I screwed something up. I definitely screwed something up. Minus 200. What is this thing set to? It's set to 300. What am I doing wrong here? Debug get shader time. It's just shader time. Shader time gets updated. 200. So maybe it's just this number that makes it look. We're dividing by 350 and then using the fractional part. No, I have no idea. Okay, I'm a little confused. Fire time is greater. Oh, let's just print out what this value is. No, I don't think you learn assembly for speed anymore. I think you learn it because there are certain systems that you just need to code in assembly still. Certain embedded systems probably. And then, yeah, I guess maybe you want speed on those embedded systems. But it's not for... I think there was a time when you could code in either assembly or C, and you chose assembly because you wanted speed, as opposed to C where you want writing efficiency. I don't think that decision exists anymore, really. Yeah, this is still... Wait, what? Oh, man. This happens in update game logic, which should be taking place every so often. Huh. Strange. Yeah, I don't know why this isn't getting called. Well, let's further dive into this. Date uniforms. This is getting hit. What, do we just not have any entities? Oh, we don't. What did I do? Oh. Okay, I think I know what I did wrong. I think it's this. These should have all been the values of these. And then we don't need this anymore. I think that'll work. Let's try that out. Aha! So I got it working for bots, just not for these other ones. CPU sprites. Hey, Numers. Strange. So that means that this doesn't have a sprite, whatever this is? Yeah, what's been up, Numers? This one. Add a sprite component. Yeah, no, this works. What am I missing? Like, these are all red, but these aren't. So it either means I didn't add a filter, which isn't the case because I could turn everything a color using the filter. So we could just do this, for example. Else base color.rgb equals vec3. Let's just make it yellow. So if these things turn yellow, we know they have a filter. Why can't I refresh? There we go. Yeah, okay, they're yellow. So we definitely have a filter. Okay, I refreshed 4 times apparently. When I said why can't I refresh, it turns out it was just taking a long time. So then they don't have fire time set, which means update isn't getting called for them. Is this Game Maker? No, this isn't. This is just JavaScript. Just exams. Well, did they go well at least, Numerous? So what is the problem here? Well, actually, you know what? Let's try this. Let's do size of entities. Oh, thanks, Numerous. Yeah, I think I really wanted to get the logo into the game. So it says that there's one entity. One. Oh, and it's that one. Yeah, it's the CPU. So for some reason, we're not adding it for chips. That's unusual. Let's look at what's going on there then. Chip sprite. Add sprite to entity. Chip sprite.filters. It's not even getting this though, which could mean that I made the indexer wrong. Chip sprites. Sprite and is chip. Well, this is quite confusing. So for some reason, this just never gives me anything. What could that mean? Oh no, it is giving me something. Oh, it just means I'm using flatten wrong. Well, I'm silly. Okay. Oh, all right. Let's figure out what this should have been. Yeah, let's try this. I screwed this up. So we have A, B, and C. And I tried to flatten them all. And this didn't work. So let's find out why it didn't work. I'm just using flattening correctly. Oh, 3574 has... Oh, yeah, that's right. This. There. Time to get the documentation. Yeah. Time to stop screwing things up. Okay, so are all these arrays? They have to be, because that's what values returns. Yeah, that's an array. So what happens when you try flattening them all? Flattened. Weird. I guess what I wanted was concat. Okay, well, whatever. Okay, my bad. My bad. At least... Whatever, yeah. At least it's fixed now. What hardware are you using for controlling LEDs? The only time I've controlled LEDs through hardware was when I had a Raspberry Pi set up. And I think what you're talking about, though, are the lights that I have. Those lights are just controlled through Wi-Fi, essentially. Okay, finally this is working. Ugh. That took longer than I'd like to admit. So we can delete that stuff now. In test shader, we can get rid of this yellow color that we have here. Yeah. And now everything should work. So let's see how it looks. So when these chips are attacked, they're going to flash red. Yep, they are. And yeah, this looks pretty good, right? A bunch of missiles are hitting it and it's just restarting the effect. But I think it still looks fine. Yeah. Right? This looks about how you guys would expect. The actual flashing red, that part can be different eventually. It was supposed to be this effect of infernal lasers hitting you. Eventually we'll have something like flash gray, flash... Wait, what's this? Bot shakes horizontally. Oh, interesting. We would just shake the torso piece, I guess. Yeah, and then the only thing that looks weird here is the CPU, and like I said, that's because the CPU graphic itself looks like it has the tile underneath it. We're going to have to fix that at some point. But this, honestly, even if it stayed in the game till release, I don't care that much. As long as we have the effects kind of working on it. Okay. not bad. So now we just need to differentiate between all the different kinds of projectiles. Won't that be fun? Yeah. So cancel, just doing nothing. The reason I thought it looked bad earlier was because I had a different bug where I wasn't updating filter uniforms for CPU/chips. Okay, so we need to start it on hit as opposed to firing, so that's done, I guess, and that means we need to have different sources. Oh, see you, Vexter. Thanks for dropping by. We can do this by having two different times here. We have fire time, and we can make something like vampiric time. And for vampiric time, let's do things this way. This is going to be annoying. This is the flash effect. Man. So void flash effect. Flash effect needs to pass in a color and how far along in the effect we are. So float, time elapsed, and vec3 color. Okay, so now we get rid of all of this stuff. Let's get rid of this. So the color is going to be used here. Actually, this isn't exactly correct. There's going to be vec3 on color and vec3, or like add color, and subtract color. So base color, well, this is technically a vec4. Okay, fine. So add color goes here. Before we do this, let's copy paste this out of here. Okay, so add color goes here and subtract color goes here. Hey, nice to know. Will each projectile have different colors? What's the issue with the different missiles or whatever you said? Yeah, so they're all gonna have different colors according to this. These are just lasers, by the way. Missiles might have their own effects. But yeah, the different lasers will have these colors. So all I want to code for now is maybe the gray, the red, and the purple. But the problem is the code right now just says, hey, a laser was fired. So we don't know whether to make it gray, red, or purple. We need to know, oh, a regular laser was fired or an inferno laser was fired. That's when it has to change. Hey, sick. Okay, and I want to fix some of the typos here and everything. So flash effect. So this is fire time, and fire time elapsed is what we use for fractional time. Where does that happen? Right there. So this is going to be time elapsed. Well, all right, let's just try to get this to work. So fire time elapsed. If fire time is greater than 0 and fire time elapsed is less than 300, then flash effect, fire time elapsed. So then this will go up here. And then the colors that we want for fire are red for the add color and the opposite of red for the subtract color. So that's fire time. Now we need one for vampiric time. So we'll do the same thing. Vampiric time elapsed equals current time minus vampiric time. We just copy paste this really. So there we go. And then these colors change to this and, oh no, wrong. It's this one. This and this. Okay, cool. Oh, these variable names? Yeah, these are because of a bug in Pixie where you need to refer to all of the uniforms that are passed in. Hey, wait a minute, these. The mean and ask, do you know how you're missing an email address in your EULA? I didn't know. I actually contacted my lawyer about part of that. I'll have to ask about that again today, but thanks for pointing that out. All right. So the only thing left to do here is set, where is it? Vampiric time. So here's what I'll do just for the sake of testing. Half the time we'll set fire time and half the time we'll set vampiric time. So if math.random is less than 0.5, because I just want to test this out. Does this look right? Does it not look right? So the first one's going to cause it to flash red. The second one's going to cause it to flash purple. And something can flash red and purple at the same time. That might look weird. I don't know what color that's going to combine to. All right, UVs, undeclared identifier. Yeah, I forgot to. Got to pass those in, huh? Rand UVs. So we got to pass this in too. And that's a vec2. Is there anything else missing? Yeah, base color. Or you just have this return the new base color. No, let's just pass in the existing one. I hope this is passed by reference. It better be. Does it work? Does it? Nope. But I have a feeling this is broken for a different reason. Yeah, I don't think this is that. Let's try this out. RGB equals vec3. So we'll set everything to cyan again just to see if everything's working. I have a feeling the effects aren't working, but the shader's working. All right. So in order to get the effects working, let's just start with this one. Current time minus fire time. Vampiric time is a uranium. Huh. Strange. Yeah, no, it looks like everything should be fine. Oh, it could mean that this is passed by value. In which case we'd be modifying a color. Oh man, alright, fine. We gotta do this differently then, huh? Return base color. So then void changes to vec4, and then over here we get base color equals this. Let's try that. If we have multiple return values though, I wonder what we have to do. Probably pass in pointers to these things. I'm not sure how GLSL works entirely. Syntax error. Did I forget a semicolon? Yes. Okay. Does it work? Does it work? Does it work? Neat. So some of the time this should flash red and some of the time it should flash purple. This is very, very ravey. But it is working. Not bad. Okay, cool. Yeah, I guess you can see it here. This is flashing, what, blue when it's the combination of the two? Actually, it's really, really hard to tell. I think it's just, that's what purple on a green background looks like. I don't know, let's just take a picture. I can't tell what color that is. Yeah, it looks blue. Yeah. Why is it alternating the blinking color? Oh, that was just because I wanted to test it. I have it, half the time it's going to set that it was an Inferno projectile, and half the time it's going to set that it was a vampiric projectile. Eventually it's going to be just whatever projectile hit it, but I don't have that information yet. Yeah, and that's what this part is for. We need to know exactly what the source of the laser is. And then make sure this isn't being applied for missiles. There is one other effect, get the gray effect to work. I think for something to turn gray, let's do this. Let's comment this code out entirely, and let's try to get this to flash gray. How do we do that? I guess how do we do that? Okay, I have an idea, but I don't know how well this idea is going to work. So let's just try it. So we'll change this to all the same values. So we're going to add half, half, and half, and then we're going to subtract half, half, and half. So the first one should cap it at the highest colors. And then, oh, actually, we might need to subtract more than that. Let's subtract, yeah, like this. This might work. And if it does work, then awesome. I understand how colors work. Nope. What did I break here? Oh god, this stupid bug. Yeah, this is the stupid pixie bug that we have commented here. But that should fix this. What is this? Oh, I'll explain this. So Pixie has a pass on all of your shaders first, where it goes through all of your uniforms and checks your code to see if you're using them. And if you're not using them, then it just errors when you try to run your code. So I just commented out this because I didn't want this code to run anymore. And by doing so, I'm now no longer using vampiric time. So my shader was just, well, going to crash on you. So we need to assign it to something even though we don't use it. It's kind of silly that that has to happen. Hey, Cluck. And hey, Demon Wolf. So does this work now? Does it? Hey, nice. Does that look good? It's supposed to look like this. Sort of. Not really. Oh, and we need to test performance on iPad. Yeah, I feel like this flash should be a little bit faster too. That's not even happening for every single one of these. We'd have to do this. There. Yeah, not bad. To be honest, I'm not really sure if regular lasers should make the bot turn gray. And one other thing I'm worried about is the frame rate like tanking here, or is that just... I think it's fine. Don't make blinking transparent in gray so that it's more obvious. What, uranium? I'm not sure what you're talking about. I think what you might have been saying is... No, never mind. I don't know what you're saying. But actually, something we could do here... We subtract... Wait a sec. Are these getting somewhat transparent? No, they're not. I wonder how that works though. Base color minus equals subtract color. If we have alpha defined here, let me try something. Base color dot A equals 0.5. So this will make them slightly transparent when they get hit. Yeah, which causes some kind of weird things to happen, huh? Oh, whoops. I meant to do this. There. Alright. Neat. Inviso lasers. This is not really the effect I want. I just want to see what it would look like. You can actually see the socket underneath the chip here when it turns transparent. Okay, well, none of this was the point, so let's go get back to the point. So this is the smoke effect. So we'd have to call this, like, laser time. So we copy paste this. You get laser time elapsed. And then the vectors for that are down here. Cool. So now in the arena, we do that, and then over here, we say if it's less than 0.33, do that. Otherwise, I guess we have to do it this way. So if R is less than that, great. Else if R is less than 0.66, else. There. So now a third of the time it's going to flash red, a third of the time it's going to flash purple, and a third of the time it's going to flash gray. Yeah. So if you're getting hit by 3 different kinds of lasers at once, it's going to look something like what you're seeing here. I think if you're getting hit by 3 different kinds of lasers at once, it doesn't really matter what's happening with your bot because it's going to die. So it doesn't need to make a whole lot of sense. Now let's see if reflecting this works correctly. So we're going to put reflect on, and we are going to change this to figure it out. So reflected projectiles should cause the shooter to flash. Yes. Nice. And this goes to show me that flashing gray does not really look good on those white bots. We should probably clamp, whatever. Hey, Tupper Box. Okay. The battle eventually just ends. I bet if I gave these any sort of projectile whatsoever, so we just put like lasers level 1, and we change the script to if will reflect, can reflect. There. Now the defender should always win. Yep, very one-sided. Reflect kind of overpowered. So it might actually be overpowered, but this is not a demonstration of it being overpowered. I set the life values to 10 times their maximum. So reflect is supposed to work in situations like this where your enemy has put reflectable projectiles on. And in that case, yeah, you should beat them by reflecting. Okay, so knowing the source of the laser, let's figure out the best way to do this. first, how do we know what fired? We have fire projectile here, and we have damage source. Constants.damage source. Lasers, missiles, zapper. Yeah, I think we just need to change this to lasers, infernal lasers, vampiric lasers. So all the different kinds probably need to be in here. Yeah, I can't think of another way to do this. And then we just send the damage source along. This would probably work pretty well, actually. Yeah. And bot state applied. Stun, fire. Yeah, I think this makes the most sense. And it's just a number, so it's just going to be an extra, 4 bytes? Saved with every single projectile fired in the entire game. But hey, that's fine. I think, okay, so step 1 is change constants dot damage sources to include the different kinds of lasers. Step 2, we need to search for damage sources dot lasers because that's going to be different now. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, that sucks. I guess the router action would just be projectile fired, and then the projectile itself would check its damage source. Yep. I think that's the only thing that makes sense. So why do we even differentiate between lasers and missiles? I don't know why. Fire projectile lasers. What's this? Get life stolen. So if damage is lasers, we would just change this to, oh. Yeah, we could have some sort of damage source classifier. Because we could change this to something like this. If damage source classifier dot is lasers damage source. Yeah, and we don't even need this though because this buff doesn't exist in the game anymore. How's the sound stuff coming along? So the sound designer that I hired is going to start working in mid-March, I think, maybe late March. He is currently at some conventions, I think. So there's nothing happening on that front right now. But yeah, he has been hired, and we should have some sounds in the game as of probably April. All right, what else do we need? Post-test function. I don't care about this. Yeah, great. Great. So yeah, include the different kinds of lasers. Update all code that uses constants.damage sources. We still need to figure out how the client's going to do this. I think the other thing I need to do is stop differentiating between lasers and missiles. They all eventually converge here anyway. Yeah, projectile was fired. Hardware constant is lasers. Everything else is exactly the same. So I don't think this matters. I think we just use its damage source. Yeah, and we use its source to figure out what graphic as well. That doesn't really matter. But the assemblage needs this. Laser whiffed. Make projectile assemblage. Projectile entity is laser component. So maybe there should just be an is projectile component. or is instantaneous projectile. Instead of both of these, I gotta figure out why these things are used. And then there will just be a damage source in it. About artillery. So is laser component, when do we ever use this? There's a lot to look through here. Apparently in only one place. Okay, this isn't so bad. Yeah, and where do we use is missile? Probably also only in one place. Well, two places. One for rotating the missile and one for, yeah, okay. Huh. Okay, I think I can visualize how this is going to work. Wait a sec. What's the command for this? There is no command. I was going to say the follower count is at, to me, it looks like it's at 4,999. So we're one follower away from 5,000. Do we still need is laser component and is missile component? Or can we consolidate them into is projectile component? Artillery is special in that it has a landing time. But the components themselves don't have anything other than just, they're not anything other than tags. It's zero ambition. At least I think. I think you're the 5,000th. Oh no, now the counter jumped to 5,002. Okay, well, I don't know. I don't know who the 5,000th was, but thank you guys for the follows. Thank you for the support. One of the other things I want to point out, I used to point this out a lot, but when you follow, you'll get a whisper from BotLad. You can ignore it if you want to. It's a link. You'll have fun if you click the link, but you don't have to. Oh, Razik, you weren't following? Haven't you been here for a long time? What? You've been here for 36 hours without following? Alright. Well, thanks for the follows. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't think we need to differentiate between these two, but I also don't think this is worth checking in this commit. I think we should do this in a future commit. So get rid of is laser component, is missile component, is laser, and is missile. Replace make an is projectile component. Is projectile name. However, it's not really just projectile, it's instantaneous projectile. Yeah. Add a comment that this is only for instantaneous projectiles. Where do we do this? I wonder whose responsibility it would be. We have this thing right now. We know that missiles should be rotated, but lasers apparently shouldn't be. So whose responsibility is it to know that? Maybe we just get the damage source and we have a classifier or something. You just kind of look through creative and end up here. All right, I gotta look at your account now. I want to see how many people you are following. Alright, no, you are following a lot of people. Alright, so make sure we're still rotating missile graphics. Something needs to know that lasers, vampiric lasers, etc. are all a kind of laser. But we probably don't need to include that yet. And then what else can we do? Yeah, that's probably it. So I think we'll clean up the code now. This is fine. Make sure this isn't being applied for missiles. Yeah, make sure that no shader effects are being applied for missiles. And one more item, which is apply the correct shader effect based on the source projectile. So we need to do this and this. Test performance on iPad. So in order for that to work, I need to use an IP address of 192.168.1.12, I believe. Yeah. And then I need to restart the client. So we just say run, and then I go find an iPad, so I'll be right back. I got one. Okay, what browser did I test this in last time? Safari? Chrome? I don't know, I'm just gonna use Chrome. And I'll show this on screen in a sec once I load everything up. So 192.168. So that's me loading it on the iPad, as you can see, because it says mobile Safari. So let's see if this works. It's taking its sweet time. Hey, cool. It worked and it logged me in. But there are a couple of problems. One, I didn't have a chance to enable the frame rate, the FPS, I mean. So let's turn off auto login and let's turn off immediately edit defense. Okay. And then let's get a better view of this. So I'm going to connect. Error, could not log in. Oh, it's not localhost, so I need to type a password. It's kind of hard to type upside down. Connect. Hey, Haziel. Okay, so we go to edit defense. Oh, whoops, I did that same thing again. Hang on a sec. At least the buttons are usable. Toggle FPS. So FPS is at 14, apparently. That is not great. Oh, but that's with shaders showing on all this stuff. So let's hit test defense. That's going to tank the FPS for a sec. For a few seconds while it simulates everything. Is it working? Oh, there we go. So our bots, yeah, bots are flashing. You can actually see there's a textured effect there. Nice password. Yeah. Yeah, so frame rate's not great with the shaders on. With the shaders off, it's probably fine. So yeah, with shaders off, frame rate's at about like 30 here, which is, I don't know, this is kind of an old iPad. It's not really an excuse. Let me just log into somebody else. Then I'll show you guys this. Because that player had as many bots as you could possibly have. So let's go back to this for a second. This was 16 bots on the defender, and how many is that on the attacker? 4, 8, 11. So yeah, 27 bots total, plus 3 chips. So there's, 4 chips. So there's 32 entities with shaders, and shaders are pretty intense. So let me log in over here as a different user. Right, actually, let's check it out here first. Does Atom 2 have fewer bots? Yes. Okay, and what are these doing? Cloaking and lasers. Yeah, so let's try this out then. Alright, so let's put this here and this here. Oh, frame rate's not showing. Why does it keep popping up the keyboard? Huh. Okay, so frame rate right now is 25. We're going to hit test defense. It pops up the keyboard for some reason. And now we can see the effects, hopefully. A little bit hard to zoom in. Can you see them happening? Yeah, it's happening. It's doing a slightly different effect. I don't know why that's not visible on the computer, but it's visible on the iPad. It's a tearing effect, and I think it's intentional. I don't need this here anymore. Let's go back to this. Okay, so let's take a look. Does that tearing effect happen here at all? No, it's just flashing the entire color. And yet, it's what comes from this. Noise equals rand UVs. Yeah, there is no noise for some reason. And yet on iPad there is. What? Maybe some Safari versus Chrome thing? Yeah, I guess that's possible. Hey, Lee. I thought to myself, why are there bananas on Firefox's startup page? The easiest way to open a banana is to pinch the end without the stem. Just like monkeys do it. Alright, great Firefox. Thanks for that wildly helpful information. Excuse me. Am I making a game? Haziel, you were here last time. You've already been to the stream. You sent me a friend request. How do you not know what I'm doing on Twitch? Maybe you forgot a clamp somewhere? Yeah, that could be it. Hey, Blu-ray King. Anyway, yes, I am making a game. So does it look like it's torn here too? No, it doesn't. Why does that only happen on iOS? Or rather Safari. No, wait, not Safari. I wasn't even using Safari. I was using Chrome. Why does it only happen on mobile? Just joined just in time to see that life hack. If bananas were a company, their stock price would be rising today. Yeah, I don't know why this is happening. Base color times equal noise divided by 2 plus 0.5. Alright, let's try something out. Let's not even modify the colors. Let's just try using the noise property here. See what happens. Oh, I see. Yeah, I am working on a game, and Endorn linked in the video about what the game is. And there's one other thing, which is the how to play. As you can see, some very, very minor changes. Wait, can you even see? Yeah, you can, like, the alpha is changing, and that's it. Yeah, it could be that a clamp is missing somewhere. It could be. I mean, I assume the color would get clamped by default. So noise is just going to be some value. Let's try this, just for laughs. Base color.rgb equals vec3 noise noise noise. It's the noisiest vector. So what this is going to do is just there's some value that we have, and we're going to see what is it set to. It's random, so it should just flash a bunch of different colors. It's only ever picking white. Which means noise is always greater than about 0.7. Or it means noise is way higher than 1, and we need to do something like fract noise. Hey, Boy Dreamer, and thanks. Chrome on iOS is based on Safari because Apple forbids you to use your own browser engine. Really? Whoa. I did not know that. Alright, we should put these bots closer to the enemies. Yeah, this is still generating what appears to be the same number every time. I guess the UVs... No, that doesn't make sense. No, I don't know. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter too much, because I don't know what effect we want in the end anyway. The point of this was more, let's get this tested and set up. Passwords are stored somewhere, but not in plain text. Passwords have to be stored for every company ever, but again, not in plain text necessarily. If you don't store some form of their password, you can't ever authenticate a user. Well, for any password-based system. All right. Yeah, I don't know why this is different on iPad, and like I said, I don't think this is worth figuring out right now. I think the more important part is that we have the shader system set up. Unfortunately, performance still sucks on iPad. Try this in Safari really fast. Yeah, they're encrypted. Well, salted and hashed. Okay, so localhost. Oh no, it's not localhost. 192.168.1.12. What iOS version am I running? I don't know. I could check, but like I said, this is kind of an old iPad. I have an even older iPad. This is my wife's iPad. She has the newer one, but even then, it's not that new. And EdgeMet says is doing the game solo. Not really doing it solo. The bot actually just put the FAQ link into the stream. If you take a look here, how many people are working on Botland? I should actually update this to say art, UI, and sound. Yeah, let's update that really fast. There. Okay, it doesn't seem to load at all on Safari. I don't know why. Is it even... Oh, whoa, this is a weird caching problem. If it's trying to get pixie.js. What? How do you clear the cache on Safari? I don't know how you do that. I gotta go through the settings somewhere probably. Sorry, this'll be a sec. Let's just look it up because I don't know how to do this. iPad clears Safari cache. Launch the settings. Scroll down and select Safari. Bottom of the right hand panel and tap on advanced. Select website data. And then remove. Okay. So let me try this out again, and if this works I can just show you on screen, but I can't really type that easily on an iPad when it's facing you guys. So let's see for now, does this even load? And let's juxtapose that with this. Yeah, hey, cool. It almost worked. It says the account server is offline. Why is that? That shouldn't be happening. Because we set its address to 192.168.1.12. Does localhost show up anywhere else? This is all on the account server, so that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter, that doesn't matter. Is running locally, that shouldn't matter either. Yeah, is running locally, we don't have that. Game server, that shouldn't matter. Shared, that's a comment. Gulp file. Yeah, it doesn't exist anywhere else in the client. Why are we... Something's wrong. What is it? Oh, let's just refresh the page and try again. It's probably still going to happen. It's probably just going to repeatedly happen. Yeah, it did. What does this mean? Yeah, what does this mean? That shows up when it says the account server is offline. Here, get login view, account server error. Where do we set this? Found it. Right here, REST client failed, error. That's too bad. Does that iPad have a lightning port or the older 30 pin? It's got a lightning port. Ooh. Yeah, it's got a lightning port on it. Do you have a request timeout? Maybe it's taking too long. I do have a request timeout. I don't know what it's set to. It's set to whatever the default is, apparently. There's test connection, though. REST client was localhost. It shouldn't have been. Especially because I was testing this in Chrome and it worked totally fine. I have this set to my IP address. Like, REST client might have had something that said localhost in it, but that's just a comment. Well, I guess we don't test this in Safari then. Like I said, it's working just fine in Chrome. It should load up. It's gonna make a fool out of me now. When you search for localhost, there was something in caps that was localhost. Yeah, that's possible, but it was very likely for a different endpoint. So let me just search for localhost again. So I'm looking at paths here. This is all the account server. We can't connect to the account server, so none of these should matter. And now we're at the client. This is just a check to see if we're running locally. It's not actually trying to reach out to anything, so that's fine. This is a comment, so that's fine. Then over here we have a comment, that's fine. And then this just checks to see if we're on localhost. That's also okay. And now we're in game server stuff. Game server, game server, game server. This is a comment. This is test code. This is test code. So that's it. That's everything. And like I said, Chrome connects. We can see that here. So yeah, it connected on Chrome. We could log in. Oh well, I don't know. Oh well. Yeah, as far as testing performance goes, it's okay as long as we don't have shaders on. There are some things we can try to do to improve this, but not too much. Yeah, so frame rate without shaders is at about 46, 47 frames per second. And that's fine. It feels smooth enough. Yeah, you can see it working here. It's not too bad. Here, Amy. Do you still make Safari for Windows? Maybe you can download it to your desktop. I don't know. I don't know if this is really worth looking into right now. And yeah, Endurance right. I don't use a capture card for anything. Okay. Well, this is about the same as what it was last time. Turning shaders off gives decent performance. Back on tanks performance, especially when there are 30 plus shaders showing. That I have is very different on an iPad. This may have to do with how values are, with, I guess, differences in OpenGL, yes. Really? Alright, so what are we doing here with this thing? I guess just saving it. Yeah. Yeah, so clean up the code and then we work on the source of lasers thing. This entire change would probably take about an hour. Cleaning up the code would probably take like 10 minutes. So let's at least clean up the code. Then I'll probably get like a snack, so I don't need to take a lunch break anytime soon. So shader time, I'll go comment that. Shaders. After testing, I can't pass date.now to a shader because numbers don't have the precision needed. Well, floats don't have the storage needed to pass in values greater than, I don't think it's really necessary. Instead, we count milliseconds since the arena was created, which should always be something we can represent. Thanks, Sound of Gaming. And yeah, I passed 5,000 followers just, what, 20 minutes ago or something? 30 minutes ago, 25, something like that. It's all thanks to you guys. Remember, no raindrop thinks it's responsible for the flood. You're all responsible for the flood here. So thank you all. And then pass that value into the shaders so that they can perform timing based effects. What fatality? I don't store your password in plain text. Oh, in local storage? I don't even do that anymore. Fatality is probably saved from a long time ago. Because, yeah, I stopped doing that. I'm a special raindrop. Yes, you are, really. Alright. So this is add a filter. Yeah, we should really... Bubble.turn off shaders. We'll just make a... Where's get shader time? We're going to rename this everywhere to just get shader time. And then that whole add filters. No, fatality, like I said, I used to save it in local storage. I no longer save it there anymore. So now I only save whether you checked the EULA button and what account you signed in last. There used to be a line here I can show you in case you don't believe me. There was a day when I removed the password. When was this though? Like a month and a half ago? A month ago? Yeah, a month and 4 days ago. Stop saving password to local storage. On a scale of 1 to 10, how good of a coder would you call yourself? Probably about a 7. In Redux you used to. I had to store it in Redux for the sake of switching between these different... Man, nothing is fast enough. For switching between these. So whatever password you have here also shows up on the register page. And I thought that was a nice way of, let's say you tried signing up for an account, or let's say you tried signing into an account. You tried using some name that you have, so like Adam13531, and you type your password, and you hit connect, and it says, could not log in. You're like, oh, whoops, I never registered for an account. When you click register, it'll paste in the information you had from the other page to make this a little bit easier for you to sign up. And then you just need to confirm your password, and there you go. So I do need to save it in Redux still, but once you log in, I remove it from Redux too. What are you going to do to celebrate? Buy us a cake? Yes, I'll need 5,000 of your addresses. I'll mail out 5,000 cakes. You should probably delete that local storage key anyway, shouldn't you, Adam? You're saying for everyone who still has that in local storage, I should do something that deletes it. Because I don't think I need to do that. Boy Dreamer, where are you getting that from? Because I know there are places where I have that showing up. One of them I think is, if you're on the news page, actually here, the filter. Yeah, if you type, I never coded the filter, so you can't actually even type into this box. And I think another one might be over here. No, but it should say it there. Settings, oh yeah. Settings can't even be clicked from there, wow. Yeah, and log out too. There's a lot of stuff that wasn't coded. Add shader to entity. Add shader to really sprite, right? It's not even entity. So this can be captured, chip sprite, CPU sprite. And bot sprite. Yep, cool. You're right. You're very right, Endurin. Alright, looks good. So we have time and we have current time. I don't think we need both of those. In fact, I don't even think time ever gets updated. Time, let's search for /b time equals. No, it doesn't. So then this is pointless. Did this use get updated? Time equals... Yeah, right there. It is. Oh, plus equals. Whoops. And this is why you search for better regexes than just space equals. So dot star equals. Whoops. I meant only in this file. Just do that. So there are 2 places. Yeah, let's get rid of them both. Time, delta time. Do we even need delta time here anymore? Update. Yeah, fine. We do. We can do that here. Thanks for resubbing, Void Dreamer. How long do you think it'd take the average person to get used to programming Python if they've never programmed before? A month? 2 weeks? So getting used to Python and getting used to programming, I think, are 2 different things. And I think they're similar, though. I think if I were to say, hey, can you write a function in Python? And you were like, oh, yeah, I can. Here's how you do that. X, Y, and return X plus Y. Like, this is you writing a function in Python that's syntactically correct and does what you want it to do. But the way I say I think this is a little bit different from programming is because I think most people have an expectation that if you're good at programming, that you could take some specifications, let's say make an application that downloads a file and tells you the size of the file, and go write that. And I think that's different from just learning Python. Like, you could write the functions that you might need, or at least their declarations, like get file, and you know you'd pass in a file name, and then some stuff would happen here that you might not be sure about, and then there's going to be a get size of file, then maybe you pass in the file, and then some more stuff happens here, and you know how to combine it. Get size of file of get file of whatever file, hello.png. But then this stuff isn't really obvious to you. So to learn Python, I think it'd take on the order of weeks. To learn how to do the rest of those things, like use libraries and maintain code and debug, I think that takes on the order of months at least. Use an editor that can track variables. I am missing the context on that now, Ravrix. Okay, so that's fine, and this is gone. All right. Should probably write git filter for entity. So what's next? Getting rid of time from the shader itself. Time. Oh, maybe you were talking about for the search that I was doing with regex. Hey, LLeak. Okay, cool. Now, if I am going to check this in, I want this to be a little bit clearer. And I want the typos to be fixed. Yeah, I agree with what Raverx is saying. And what I was talking about, there's probably some people in the world who would say, once you know a language, you know programming. And so I'm just saying, I think there's a distinction there. It's like saying once you know English, you're a writer. It's not really true. Yeah, I'll just fix up some minor things. This is code written by 3D Extended, and I'm mostly just converting it into my style at this point. Not that it matters. Yeah. I don't have a linter set up for GLSL. That's why I have to do this. This, I think, we'll delete too. Yeah. And these can be made a little bit better. You see a lot of repeated code here. I'm not going to do that quite yet. These effects are going to change. And then, again, this was mostly just setting up the foundation, getting these to work. Do we use pi in here anywhere? No. It takes you a couple of years to realize how dumb you initially were. Yeah, I wouldn't phrase it that way, but this happens in almost every industry, right? You start out and you think, well, how bad can that be? And then you learn, oh, okay, now I know what I don't know. Get filter of entity. I wrote this function, but I never used it anywhere. There's nothing stopping me from using it, though. We could just do this. There we go. So then in here, we say filter equals get filter if is nil filter return. Get rid of all this stuff. And we do this in one more place, which is up here. So if not is nil filter, then do this. Cool. So that's much cleaner. Let's lint this. Functional programming and OOP are two entirely different beasts. Yeah, that's true. And I think Raverx is just making a generalization. I think it's still fair. Like, yes, if you learn JavaScript, learning Haskell isn't going to be a walk in the park, and vice versa. But there are still concepts that translate between the two. But I think we're just splitting hairs at this point. All right, yeah, this was a bug. That fixes the bug. So get filter of entity. This really shouldn't even be here. Yeah, this shouldn't be here. Let's put it in this. Something like Rider. I haven't heard of Rider. Oh, JetBrains. Interesting. How much do these things cost, though? Aren't all the JetBrains? No, I'm not going to look at this right now. But yeah. Gets a pixie filter from an entity. So now that we've moved this, we need to update all the references. There. Although perhaps this should be there too. Yeah, I haven't used enough JetBrains products to know whether I'd be happy with them or not. I think I used them at my last job. Isn't PyCharm I use PyCharm and I use PHP Storm. And I use PHP Storm for JavaScript. I don't know why we did that. Because I know they have something called WebStorm, right? Okay. Rest of this is fine for now. Did they just rename it? Is that what they did? Oh, I thought they were two different products. This never needed to be there. And this is temporary. In fact, I think I'll write that here. This is temporary while we can't determine exact damage source. Test shader, got quite the overhaul. And this doesn't matter. All right, cool. So set up foundation for time shader effects. Previously, I think previously the shader did nothing, right? Yeah. So previously, test shader would just get a time value with no indication of when to show which effects. Now I'm passing in individual time values indicating that a particular effect started at that time. E.g. is on fire, ignited, shot by vampiric laser, etc. started at the time. Alright. Hey, Index Zero. PHP Storm is your daily driver. And hey again, Linux. Linux, I don't think I've ever seen you say anything other than these like very short messages. I think yesterday's had to do with Ruby too, right? And hey, Encrypted Feelings. Visual Studio, Android Studio, Xcode. Yeah, you guys have seen me use Sublime 2, Sublime 3, and for 2 streams you saw me use Atom for just testing it out. I don't think you've seen me use anything else. Yeah. Okay, so note that the shader effects themselves aren't final. I'm using 3D Extended's on fire shader that he mocked up. Okay, so there's that. Now, I'll be right back. Alright, sorry, I put up a BRB screen whenever I'm gone for longer than like a minute. Just wanted to get a snack. Alright. So change damage sources to include different kinds of lasers. Yeah, Holyoke, Soylent. So we only really need, actually I guess we just might as well add all of them. Inferno lasers, stunning lasers. Did I write this down? Yeah, okay. So infernal lasers, stunning lasers, and what's the last one? Vampiric lasers? For that reason, these can't just be hardware IDs. Well, that's not the only reason. That's one of the reasons that these can't just be hardware IDs. The other is that some aren't necessarily hardware, e.g. damage over time. Joyland? Is that a thing? Wait, is it really? How is this not a trademark infringement? What? This is a real thing? Yeah, what? Can I make World of Warcraft? Like, I'm surprised that still exists under that name. I'm coding World of Warcraft now. It's the EU version. Is it made by the same company? Because that would be the only thing that makes sense there. Alright, that's done. Update everything that uses damage sources. Get rid of his laser, his missile. Yeah. Time for me to make Boatland. Trademarks don't mean anything anymore. This is like that movie The Purge, but with trademarks. So this is fine. They changed it to Jimmy Joy now? Okay, so the name was changed. I was gonna say, you can't just have rhyming brand names. You're too embarrassed to buy it now? Well, you said you had a son, right? Can't you just say you're getting it for him? Alright, the kind of projectile this is. Sounds fine. This should be different. The modify entity life might need to be different too. But here's where we actually do a comparison. This is either laser fired or missile fired. And this is used for silly superficial routing reasons. Yep, we're going to need to change this. We're going to need to change all of this. Duh. It's not cool enough for him. Oh. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think it should matter to a kid that age what's cool. But whatever. Call your son Boat. I wonder how that would work. I think it's still trademark infringement. Alright, so is laser component. We gotta say this is projectile component. This is used to tag instantaneous projectiles like lasers or missiles. And we need a damage source on them too. So we're going to need to get rid of a lot of these things. We'll say just is projectile right here. Projectile. Cool. And then we need the damage source. And we're going to comment what this is. The exact source of this projectile. This dot damage source equals damage source. All right. Nope. Serialized. That's my coding Zoidberg sound apparently. Alright. Is projectile. We have the damage source set. Okay, I think the rest of this looks good. Can't you make a base class laser fired and extend it to make the infernal laser? I don't think I need classes for this. Or at least not inheritance for this. I mean, I know I have a class and I know there is inheritance here, but this is very, very minor. I think just having the damage source is what I'm going to use. Because if you think about it, if I have different classes for this, I'm not going to do something like if projectile instance of whatever, like infernal laser, then do something. And so I'd probably have just, I'm not sure what I'd have in this way, but I think doing things with just the damage source set is fine, and that way they can be communicated easily to the client. Hey Wouter, can you tell me the shortcut to generate your JS doc comments? Cool. Yeah, sure. It is Alt Q, but you need to have doc blocker. Hey Zincro. Man, I've been working on shader related stuff for the entire day so far. I didn't expect today to turn into that, but I guess it's helpful. What was I doing? Oh yeah, that's right. Making is projectile. So is projectile should be done. And we still need to update all this code, and we need to get rid of all of these things too. Well, so is laser component, we can just delete this from the code base. You know what, no, I'm gonna do something here. We're gonna take a quick look and make sure this satisfies all the requirements that I have before I start deleting stuff. Because I've been burned by this in the past. And no problem, G-Lite. So what I really need is the client needs to know exactly here what kind of projectile this is. Will this be able to do that? Yes, we'll have is projectile component. And then we'll know it's a projectile because of that. And because it's a projectile, we'll have the damage source. So yeah, this will work. Okay. Just making sure. Okay, so now we can delete this then. Let's delete this. And is missile component, we'll delete that. Cool. Then in component names, we no longer need is laser. We no longer need is missile. So this is gone. So wherever we have is laser component can now be deleted. This does not need to be here. Is projectile equals, let's just do it this way. Got it. Delete this. Delete this. Cool. Nice. All right, what else? Here, get rid of this. Is projectile component. So none of this is going to be needed. It's just, oh no, actually. Drat. They'll have damage source. But we need a way to know that the damage source is instantaneous or is not instantaneous. We need a bunch of classifiers for that. So this is not going to be this simple. Make projectile assemblage. We call this from what? 1, 2, 3, 4 places. So this is where lasers and missiles converge. This is just for lasers that didn't hit a target. This is for artillery shells. Oh, there are only 3 callers. Oh, so 1 for lasers and missiles that hit, 1 for lasers that missed, and 1 for artillery that hit or missed. It doesn't matter. Let me think about this then. Fine. I'll need damage source, but only for some of these. Oh man. So if, yeah, it's gonna be a little harder to do. So let's do it this way then. If params, do we have? Yeah, we have that, I guess. So if util.exists params.hardware ID, then we know it is for artillery. Else if util.exists params.damage source, then we know it's a projectile. Else we don't know what it is. Unrecognized. Hey Memoron, how you doing? Artillery specifies a hardware ID. And instantaneous projectiles specify a damage source. Okay, now we need to make sure that that's actually the case. We do that here. So we were passing in hardware ID now. This can't be done. It needs to be damage source. So anywhere that we had hardware ID needs to be changed. So we change it to this. Cool. What else do we have here? The particular kind of graphic that we have for this. So here's how we're going to change this for right now. We'll say if damage source equals constants.damagesources.missiles, then use the missile graphic. For everything else, let's use the laser graphic. So we're not even going to differentiate for right now. And then that's it. That's all that's needed there. Then for this particular one, there is no real damage source. Constants.damagesources.lasers. Let me see. Yeah, I think that's that. Okay. Noob, you were already here. You're not getting 2 hellos out of me this morning. So damage source is set for both of those, and for this we just have the params that were passed in there. Okay, good. Alright, looks good. What else? So get rid of is laser component, that should be gone. Perfect. Get rid of is missile component. Perfect. Is laser. Perfect. And is missile. Not perfect. Set rotation equals. This won't work. Hey, Deadly. Alright, so how am I going to do this? We need to know the projectile component specifically, which we don't have. It's the entity with the chase target. Okay, fine. Let's do it this way. Entity.has component is projectile. It's not even that. It's get component is projectile. Well, that didn't work. So get is projectile. If it exists, and is projectile component dot damage source equals constants dot damage sources dot missiles, then set rotation equals true. In your insert timestamp pi code, is there any way to make it return a new line then after? So it would print out the timestamp, then the cursor would be underneath the timestamp. Yeah, there's a way to do it. I just don't know what that way is. Because all I cared about was just replacing this. What you'd probably want to do... So I've only made a couple of Sublime plugins and they were pretty basic. So as far as modifying text... Let's see. Yeah, you could maybe say something like this. You need to get edit is passed in. The region is one of the regions you have selected. And then what you'd put here is a new line probably. So yeah, you'd need to code this yourself. Do you recommend any particular programming tutorials? No, I don't think so. It depends on what language you're trying to learn. If you're trying to learn Python, I have a couple I can suggest, but other than that, you'll have to look on the internet for things. Why did I put 3 equal symbols? So in JavaScript, there are 2 different equality comparisons. There is double equals and there is triple equals. And what this is doing is attempt to check equality. If it fails, coerce into the same type. Or coerce into the same type and check again. And this is attempt to check equality without coercion. So let's show you some examples of this. Let's say you have the string 1 and you have a number 1. If you say A double equals B, they'll be equal. If you say A triple equals B, they won't be equal. So the reason what's happening here is it's actually coercing 1 into a string. And it's saying, yeah, string 1 is equal to string 1. That's totally fine. So you end up with some weird things that can happen here if you do something like this. Class, let's say just number, or person even, it doesn't matter what. Class person, you have a constructor that just says this dot name equals name. And let's pass in the name. And then you have a toString here that returns this dot name. Okay, so now we have a person thing, right? So let's try this. I'll make a person named 1. 1 equals new person. Actually, just 1 even. Now, if you say 1 equals B, that's actually true as well. You probably never want this to be the case for anything, where you have some object that you've instantiated and it's somehow equal to just the number 1. That's super weird, right? Because imagine if you had, I don't know, an item, class item, and you had some ID for it. Pretty much exactly the same as what I wrote above there. This .id equals ID, toString, return this .id. This is a more semantic example. So you make some new item and you're like, oh, I have a sword. Sword equals new item and its ID is 1. And then you're like, what, does sword equal 1? Yes, it does. And that's because of the toString function that you have here, because of type coercion. So instead you want to just check double equals almost all the time, so that you can be absolutely certain that something is equal to or not equal to what you want while comparing types. Is triple equals only in JS? There are other languages with it. I think PHP has it. For C, you don't need it since you have static typing for C. Well, actually, I guess that's not entirely true. That's not why you don't need it. Because you have static typing in Java as well. But equals compares, anyway, doesn't matter. So a sword is equal to a person when using equals equals? Well, yeah, depending on what their toStrings are set to. Have you gone to PAX Dev before? No, I haven't. So is missile should no longer exist. Cool. So that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. So this is the first thing that's not going to be fine. We need to send a new router action entirely. Yeah, laser fired and missile fired need to go away. Which hopefully that doesn't exist already. Thank goodness it doesn't. Okay. Yeah, operator overloading is only a thing in C++, I think. Huh. Where will I do this? I guess we need to search everywhere for laser fired. We'll just replace this one with projectiles fired. Does this do anything? No, it doesn't do anything. So we'll just change it to projectile fired. And we'll need to go change that too. Get rid of laser fired and laser was fired, excuse me. So this one and this one. Alright, so going back to this. Your projectile fired. This should never be needed at all. Done, 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 done. That can be const. Mimiron, I've been to one convention in my life, one gaming convention, I should say, and it was BlizzCon in 2012, I think. And I don't think I ever want to go to a gaming convention again. It's not that BlizzCon was bad, it's that I was pretty into Blizzard games, and if I didn't enjoy BlizzCon, then what convention am I going to enjoy? Maybe something from Nintendo. It's kind of similar to, I listen to classical music a lot, and if I ever go to a performance, I almost hate it. Like, I can't stand it. So there are some things I like where I just can't do the more extreme version of that thing. So going to conventions, going to performances, I don't know what it is. Oh, your stream is delayed. Okay. Well, then you're going to miss my answer about BlizzCon. Okay. This part's done. We got to go back to the laser fired. Popularity contest. I don't think BlizzCon had it. Like, to me, BlizzCon was just, it was a, I think, 2-day long event, but I felt like there were only a few hours worth of stuff to do. I like the StarCraft tournament. That was good. I would go watch another StarCraft tournament in person, probably. Fires a projectile. Probably could have just blanket replaced these now that I think about it. Also, a lot of this... Yeah, whatever. How comfortable is your keyboard? It's pretty good. Also, Guguskis, does that make sense what I explained earlier about the triple equals? Alright, so laser fired should be gone from the code. Missile fired should be everywhere still, but we can just safely remove it from almost everything. So here, for example, and here, and here. Okay. There. Cool. What are your plans for playing Zelda on stream? It won't happen. I don't have a capture card, and I don't really want to play it on stream either. I've been enjoying it with my wife, and it's been a great game. I am very impressed by it. I can link you to (2 hours and like 53 minutes probably. Does that work? Time equals 0.2 seconds. We want to go to like 2 hours in. Yeah, let's do something like that. Yeah, cool. So 2 hours, 53 minutes. What bot do I use for my channel? I use a combination of Phantom bot and then a bot that I wrote myself. And part of the reason why is because I've got my I've got my lights set up to connect to my bot. I don't know if that's even going to work. Yes, it did. Okay, good. Yeah, I have my lights set up from my bot, so I needed my own custom thing too. And it used to be how you would connect to the game. You would spend loyalty points and then you'd get access to botland. That's not the case anymore. Okay, this is gone. This is gone. But I don't think I got rid of these things. I think these two functions still exist. And then this exists in one place. Yeah. So what's the difference between these? Laser was fired and missile was fired. Where is missile was fired? Here. The difference is nothing other than that this says lasers and this says missiles. Everything else is exactly the same. So let's change this to projectile was fired. Oh, did I not capitalize the W? Drat. Also, this is technically not how this is supposed to work, is it? I guess they all had exactly the same arguments, though. So yeah, we just get rid of this. Meta botland. I'm not going to encourage that. Part of me keeps thinking about how would you make an RPG that multiple people could play that was botted. And I think there is no answer that you can come up with that doesn't just turn it into a math optimization problem. Unless you pit players against each other. That's what I just thought of. But I'm not going to do that for a long time. I just think it'd be a fun thing to do on the side at some point. Just hack together a game in like a week and never touch it again. That's the dream, is being done with projects. Not taking 300 days to do them. What magic made your method name Pascal case? That's the magic of autocomplete. The way that Sublime works is, let's say you have projectile was fired in lowercase and every other instance in the file is uppercase. When you hit control space on a name, it will change it into every other instance of that. But if I had had two of these, so let's say I capitalized all of this, then it'll pop up a menu. So it's just that I happen to know that that was the only instance of the lowercase version of that and that there was no other instance. So that when I hit control space, it just auto-completed it for me. Because yeah, you would probably ask, like, how did it know that the W is capitalized and not that maybe project is the first word and Isle was the next one or something? Yeah, it does seem like magic there. Botted RPGs have always been a thing. No, what I meant is, it's like how Botland is an automated game to begin with. Botted RPGs have only become a thing through the player base, right? I'm sure there's some botted RPG out there where all players are supposed to bot, but like I said, I think it turns into a math optimization game. Write a bot farm on 9,000 accounts. Yeah, that's the other problem, is any multiplayer bottable game would just get utterly destroyed server side. Because the whole point of botting it is to just always have a thing playing it for you. This is why I'm pretty happy with how everything worked out with Botland so far. How do I know all these shortcuts? I think I'm pretty good at retaining shortcuts. I don't know why. My wife and I had company over last night, and we were talking about certain years and places we've been to. I remember none of that stuff. We went to Oregon. We took an 8-hour road trip. Well, now that we talked about it last night, I can tell you where we went. But if it were 2 nights ago, I wouldn't be able to tell you where we visited in Oregon. I just don't remember that stuff. But ask me a shortcut, I will tell you exactly what it is. These should be gone. Yeah, they are. Okay, what's up next is the code execution system. When we say projectile fired, we need to also pass in, why do I even have a router action here? This doesn't matter. We can just put this here. There is one more argument now, and I have not put in this argument. Let's take a look. Source is here, good. Intended is here, good. Damage is here, life stolen, is reflected, bot states. So we're just missing the source. And we have that. So let's just pass it in. Done. Yeah, cool. This is done, this is done, this is done. So then this is all we still need to do. Let's take a look. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. This is technically not fine. Yeah. This needs to be different. Just search for this later. What else do we have though? It's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I think the rest of this is all good. I think it's just the part where lasers are used that we need to modify this. And probably this too. Yeah. Get life stolen needs to change. So get life stolen in the shared arena needs to change. And one other thing. That's all good. What is this? This is gonna fail. Run lasers test probably needs to get updated too. What's the shortcut to drop the botline database? Actually, lasers will still exist. All right. That puts us at 3 functions that need to change. What is this? Fire lasers? Yeah. Got to figure out how I'm going to change this though. We just used to have damage sources.lasers here. We need to be able to go from a hardware ID to a damage source. Oh, cool, Gugoskus. Okay, great. Now watch the VOD to see what happened while you were away. Yeah, you better watch it in faster than 1 times speed. Otherwise, I'll never catch up. So this is where we go from you're firing lasers to you fired stunning or vampiric or infernal or regular lasers. I think the hardware data itself should just have the damage source. Because we have laser hardware here. And yeah, we have it. Oh man, alright, how else am I gonna do this though? This clip is very silly. This is when I tried that filter to make my camera show up multiple times. And then I high-five myself. It's a lot of silly stuff that happens on this stream. Okay, so we have display name, description, category, tags, tier information. We would need to pass in one extra thing. Hey, Chris. The damage source. Should we just do that? Yeah, I guess this is the place. I can't think of how else I'd do this. So yeah. How do you get those ticks? That's plain tasks. Thinking with portals, yeah. Alright, let's modify all of these. So where else do we make new hardware data? Hopefully it's only that file. That would be great. Ah, great. It is great. It's just as great as I thought it would be. So we have ID, display name, category, tags, tier information. So what makes the most sense? Probably putting it right next to the ID. But not all of these have a damage source. Only the attack hardware does. No, I think I take this back. Only the attack hardware would need this, and even then, it wouldn't always be obvious. E.g., is artillery the main damage or the shell damage? I could make a function somewhere like this. I could just make a mapping. A while ago you mentioned the builder pattern for your bot builder. Can you explain that a little bit? Yeah, sure. So when you see me using a test, you'll see me building up bots like this. This is actually a really, really helpful way to do this, by the way. And you've probably seen this pattern if you've used, well, actually a lot of libraries use this, but connects, something like that. So I'm just trying to get this all onto a couple of lines so you can read it, but this is not necessary. Okay, yeah, cool. So we have the builder itself, which happens to come from my arena test framework. And the way this works is I call build bot, and then I can specify anything I want on it and as many things as I want. So generally this pattern is categorized by being able to chain methods like this and build up this object however you want it. So for example, if I want a very, just a basic bot here, it's owned by the defender and it's located at 0, 0, there we go. Cool. Now I want a bot that has, it's owned by the attacker and it's got code for firing lasers. And now that it has fire lasers code, it needs lasers on it, so I give it the lasers hardware. And then maybe I give it something like armor hardware as well, and I position it somewhere over here. And you could just keep building this up with whatever other properties. So I could give it a name, something like killer bot. So this is a use of the pattern. The way you implement the pattern is actually really easy. So every time you call one of these functions, you just make sure to return the builder afterward. So all I'm doing is when I say that this thing needs to be a defender, I'm setting a parameter and then I'm returning the builder itself. So when you see this in action, I'm saying that this thing is a defender. So all that's happening is the bot that I'm building up, it's gonna look like this now, defender true. And then coords, okay, that's gonna set x0 and y0. And if I put anything else there like lasers hardware, then it would build up the lasers hardware. And finally, when I call create, it's going to take all these parameters and just bundle them into an object for me. So create is pretty simple. Just calls in a create bot with all the params. So in general, it's pretty easy to use and to implement, which is really nice. Because I think some patterns involve like huge changes of code, and this is not one of them. Get damage source from hardware ID. Do I want to do this though? Is there any downside to doing things this way? I guess one of the downsides is anytime I add a new piece of hardware, like if I add a 5th kind of lasers, I need to go modify this file too. And if I don't do that, then this is just going to break. Problem here is that if 5th kind of lasers, then I need to go modify that function too. or else it'll break. Yeah, jQuery uses it. Connects uses it. I don't know if you're using Connects for your database, but in Connects you can say something like, hey, from the users table, I want to select everything, or maybe I want to select name, where ID equals 5, and then I want to limit to, or limit, I don't know what the exact thing is here, order by whatever name. ID is greater than 5, let's say. So this is the builder pattern as well. We have some query that we're building up, and it's not until we try executing the query that it's actually a string at the end of all of that. I guess the other thing that's important to say when it comes to design patterns is when you should probably use it. And I think a good case of when you should use it is if you ever would write out the function like this, like x equals 0, y equals 0, name equals unnamed, hardware equals like default config, whatever else. So let's just put another one, like team equals defender, whatever, something equals, cool. So what I've done here is I made a function that has pretty much every single argument is optional. So what I could do here is I could specify it as just a whole bunch of params and then have them all with default values here. So get params x and default it to 0, and same thing with y. So you could do things this way. But then for every single time you call build bot, you're going to need to say like, oh, x is 0 and y is 0 and name is whatever, foo. And this is actually fine, but you won't have the same, I don't know. Yeah, I think this is kind of fine to do too. But still, this is a good example of when you might want the builder pattern. I will see this break pretty quickly though. Yeah, well, this is one potential solution. All right, let's try to figure out what's best here. The hardware would be a bit more. Yeah, that's true. Whenever the parameters are complex or they can be built up in different ways. So for example, for my bot builder, I guess I can say build bot.lasers. I can give it lasers, cloaking, and missiles. Whereas if I were to specify this with a parameter, if build bot took in hardware, I need to build this up myself, which actually ends up looking like this, which I probably don't want to have to keep typing out. Plus, if I want to change these or if this turns out to be invalid. So yeah, that's the builder pattern. All right, so let's go back to plain text here. So problem, I need to know which specific kind of laser you're firing based on the hardware you have equipped. So solution number 1 is throw the damage source into the hardware data that we already have. The problem here is that not all hardware data needs a damage source. Well, let's write it this way. And pros for this, making new hardware or updating existing hardware can all be done in the same file. Solution number 2, make a static function that converts from hardware ID into a damage source. So pros, I'm not storing damage source for hardware that doesn't need it. And cons, I have to modify multiple files in order to add or change hardware. Is there anything else I can really do here? Because the way that I have things right now is you have an entity, and that entity has a hardware component, and that hardware component is something like lasers 3, missiles 2, cloaking 2. And we eventually parse this out into a more readable format. I don't remember how I do this. Oh, a slot configuration, yeah. And slot configuration has what exactly? Get hardware, yeah. So we have all the slots here, and we have a way of getting what particular one you want. Does anyone know where I can find component-based design in Lua? Can't seem to find any examples in Lua. All are written in Java, C++. 2H Strike, when you say component-based design, what do you mean exactly? Because I could take that to mean either just composition or like an entity component system kind of thing. Yeah, so in slot configuration has something like get hardware lasers. And this might return vampiric lasers. But then we need to know, you mean an entity system? Yeah, so I think there are a couple things to consider. This won't be that helpful, what I'm about to say. But one is, do you really want your entity system coded in Lua? Or would you rather have it be coded in... Well, actually, I don't know if you're using Lua primarily or not. But if you're using, let's say, C++ and Lua is just your scripting language, maybe you want your entity system to be in C++. But if you're just using Lua and you want an entity system, then I think you should consider how do you want your particular system to look? Because I ended up implementing my own in JavaScript, and what I ended up doing is my entities are just bundles of components, and that's it. So in the constructor, unless I have history enabled, which you can just ignore, they're just components. They don't even have an ID. And then the components themselves are pretty small, reusable chunks. So an ID component just has an ID on it. A health component just has life and max life. And then other systems deal with these components. And that's what I felt like making for my system. And I think it makes sense. Other than the ID system, I think that's kind of screwy. Are you thinking of fixing this problem using solution 2? I'm not sure what I want to do yet exactly. I don't think this is such a big con. So I'll probably just do this. And it does make things pretty easy. So maybe that's what I'll go with. I just don't think this isn't really a huge problem either. Yeah, I'll just do it the easy way for now. Plus, I don't think it's the wrong way, really. And while I'm at it, what I could also do is change all of these things to use params so that it's only passed in when it's needed. So for something like armor, these things will be set to null. Yeah, let's do it that way. Well, step 1. Display name. Well, we already have these things typed out, I guess. Yeah, fine. So ID, display name, description, category, and tags have all been accounted for. Just tier information remains. Tier information is right here. So we just change this to params. Done. Okay, now we add in one extra param that is going to be constants.damage sources. Damage source. For attack hardware with an obvious damage source, this will be set to the primary damage source. E.g., infernal lasers would get primary damage source. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, so we take that into so damage source, and that might be undefined, and that's totally okay. Actually, is it totally okay? I don't want to set it equal to undefined. I guess I'll do it this way. If params.damage source exists, then we set it. Okay, that's not bad. All right, now we pass in all of the constants completely differently. So every single one of these changes. So we search for new hardware data. Let's try to do this the easy way. We do this, and we do this. Nice. Okay, then everywhere. Okay, this actually might work pretty well. Let's try this out. So we want ID. Then this is going to be display name. This is going to be description. This is category. These are the tags. And these are the tier information. Okay, did that work for everything? Did I just blanket change this file? Chances are there's some mistake in here. That looks good. Oh, let's just save the file. Nope, line 354 failed. This is probably a multi-line description. Yep, I thought so. So this goes here. What? Okay, we need to repair this. Where's hardware constants? This. Fine. This is not fine. So let's just revert all of this. No, that's not a good idea. Category is a tack. So it's this stuff that should be gone. Is Node.js good enough to learn JavaScript just for it? Not totally sure what you mean, Alan Card. Is Node.js good enough to learn JavaScript? All right, I think what you're saying is Node.js important enough to justify learning JavaScript? And yeah, I think the answer is yes. But I mean, that's just my opinion, right? If you are working in, I don't know, an industry that primarily uses who knows what, Ruby or some other language, then maybe it's not going to be as worth it for you. But I think it's very relevant software right now. Is this wrong? Oh, this is wrong. Would it be worth swapping to Node.js? That is a judgment call you'll have to make. I think it depends on how large the project is that you have right now and how much time you want to spend into switching to something else that in the end is going to give you probably the same tools you mostly have. Excuse me. I should have bought more cough drops. Okay, this should be done. So let's go take a look. We had fire lasers. That was here. So in order to get the damage source now, which we're apparently already passing in anyway, we just need the hardware and the, no wait. Wait a sec. It's data. No, it's tier data though. Oh man. Let me think about this. Okay, let's just put a breakpoint here. And oh hey, I'm watching my own stream. Who knew that was playing? Kind of hard for me to make those calls. I'm still a student that's learning. Thanks for sharing the opinion though. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, I definitely suggest trying to learn Node at least. I think that'll be worthwhile for you. And hey, Langley. Yeah, and that's what I was saying earlier when I say that it's relevant technology. It's like learning Fortran may not be a bad idea, but I don't think Fortran is really relevant. I think tons of people are using Node.js. And actually, if you want some more statistics on any Node library, and wait, where? Hang on, let me find this. So this is, I think, the most used library for Node. I'm trying to find you a stat, but apparently I had to scroll down forever. I don't know where to find this. Okay, let's try something else. Here, this site. This is what I was looking for. Yeah, so here's a library for just having command line colors. And in the last month, there have been 16 million downloads of this. Now, that doesn't mean 16 million users. That just means literally downloads. So I might count for 10 of those things or something. But yeah, you'll find even some of the smaller packages that I use. Let's just look up one of the random ones. J shouldn't be there anymore. Like, actually, I don't know what's a smaller package. Probably this one, RC dropdown and RC menu. And this is this is not definitive proof that Node is still being used. But yeah, here's a not so large package that I'm using that is 45,000 downloads every month. And that's pretty crazy. Okay, I gotta try firing lasers and see what kind of information we have. So let's do this. We will make a bot with lasers, and we will make code that says fire lasers right. Done, done, and done. Okay, so it breaks in, and what information do we have? Missile hardware. What? Okay, well, whatever. I see what happened. We tried calling will missiles hit from a different account. Yeah, this is not what I wanted. I wonder how to get what it is that I want. Oh, I know how. Yeah, I know how. It's called data here. So do I ever use this? Hardware constants import star. Yeah. Do I ever use this dot data? No, I never do. Oh man. Adam, I don't usually encourage someone to use my tools, but please try Vivaldi instead of Google Chrome. I've been watching it since alpha, and now the more stable version is the best browser I've ever used. Yeah, but Olo, what makes it good for you? Like, if I was riding a scooter to work, and you're like, hey, you should really try a motorcycle, you could probably tell me, oh, it goes faster, and you're less likely to get killed on it. And what do you think is better in Vivaldi as opposed to Google Chrome? Camera seems bigger today. Yeah, I elevated the monitor that I have. No, fatality. He's talking about Vivaldi. Olo's been watching for longer than that. At least for the stream. Where do I use this? Nowhere. Well, this was fun. Do we have an ID at least? No. Oh man. Huh. Yeah, so the problem, I have hardware tier data, which contains properties like this. Where is it? There it is. Well, come on, why is text selection so weird in this box? There. Oh yeah, that worked exactly how I wanted it. Anyway, there. I need to get the hardware data itself, which involves I gotta think about this. Yeah, just to type that out so that you've got an example that you could copy paste. There you go. I still have to figure out a better way to do this. So this is done. We can close out all the rest of these things. We have get this by hardware ID. Oh, you're trying to declare a static variable in the class? I'm not sure if you can do what you're trying to do there. You might need to make it a static method. But in that particular case, you very likely wouldn't export something this way. You would do something like this. Let's say this file is called math.js. You would say export export, how does this work? Yeah, export const. I can type. So you could do this, and then on the other side, you could say caller side could do something like import star as math from math, and then you'll have math.py. This is very likely what you actually want, as opposed to making a class and then you export just the class. So let me paste this. It works with Chrome Dev Extension just as well as Chrome, but on my computer it's a lot less hardware consuming. Tab management is better. Yeah, those don't sound bad. I don't know if that's a big enough reason for me to switch though. By the way, for anyone new to the stream, if you want to check out what the game's all about, you can. The first question in the FAQ answers that. And if you want to actually play the game, that link in chat is how you can get to the game. It's currently in alpha, and not going to be in beta for probably a couple more months. So it involves getting the hardware ID of the thing that I'm using and then using that to index, or the thing that's equipped, and then using that to index hardware constants.data. Okay, as far as get hardware tier data, this is in the slot configuration, right? Hardware tier data. What does this contain? Are there import-export keywords in vanilla.js? No, not yet. Has anyone here got any experience with TensorFlow? I have not. And modules.export is not vanilla.js. That's a Node.js thing. Get hardware tier data. Yeah, I could put this in here. There's like no reason to do this other than that though. What else do we have here? We have ID, name, description, category. I use this description somewhere. Where do I use that? Item template? No, this is different. Oh man. Yeah, here it is. Where do I use this? Hardware data. Hardware slot.hardware data. What? Where does this come from? Oh, hey, there it is. Look at that. So I do have this information. I just need to figure out how to get it. Okay, let's take a look at something. So active bot hardware component. We have a slot configuration in here, which has a bunch of slots which have hardware data. Oh, look at that. And this contains the damage source, probably, possibly, hello? Oh, I never added it, but yeah, I would have. Hey, Kentica. Yeah, I use a password manager, but typing passwords on mobile is still incredibly frustrating. Man, I got the Switch last week, and I had KeyPass generate a password for me, and it took me so long to type out that password on the Switch. And I had to do it twice, too, because I accidentally missed a character. There was a lowercase q, and I read it as a G. I had to type the entire thing a second time. Okay, so now that I kind of know what's going on here, it took me a little bit of time to remember what I'd coded. So we need some way to get the hardware data from a particular wait, why do I even need to do this? It's more based on a tag that we have that. Oh, get hardware tier data by tag. Yeah, whoop. Let's go take a look at that. Get this slot. Okay, so get hardware slot by tag. And what we're going to do is everything that you see here, except we stop the function here. Then, here, we simply say that. So there's get tier information. There should also be, why do I even use this function? Get data? No, there's no get data. Not that there really needs to be, right? Hardware data. Yeah, we can write a function. I don't think it really matters too much. Then we change that here. And finally, take a look at this. Oh, thanks, Kentica. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like, what's the point of streaming on Twitch if I'm not talking to chat? And this is the reason why I can't play music, is because I can't interact with chat, code a game, and listen to music at the same time. Unexpected token import. Vito, can you just paste your code? It's easier to help you that way. So where is this used? Apparently, no. This is all this, which is helpful, but we don't need to encapsulate that, I think. Yeah, we don't need to encapsulate this. This is pointless, right? No, I take that back. I want to do this. Yeah. Okay, so then we'll say get hardware data by tag, hardware tag, and we just do almost exactly what you see this function doing. But this says get hardware data. And then I don't know if we need get hardware data by tag. Yeah. Can you overwrite math in JavaScript? You might be able to. If I do this, wait, where would I start this? In shared client and game server. Yeah, there's constant. So if I run node here and I say import star as math from constants, yeah, that doesn't work. But if I say import star as lowercase math, that also doesn't work. I think it's because I don't have import and export in default node. Huh. But I'm pretty sure, okay, let me try something really fast here. We'll just do this, test for veto, math utils.js, export const pi equals 3. And then we'll make a main program here that says import star as math from math utils. Wait, this isn't gonna work. Yeah, it's not gonna work because I know I don't have import and export here. Yeah, so that's the problem you're running into. So my node version is such that I'm not even on the newest one. So I know I don't have async and await. I don't know if they added import and export to node by default, but otherwise I'll need to transpile your code. All right, well, now we have this function. So when I get damage source and fire projectile, we don't even need to do this, do we? I guess we technically still do. How to transpile your code? You need to look into Babel for that. But you don't actually need to even do things that way if you don't want to. You can just use module.exports. This is what you should change math utils to. Module.exports equals, and then pick what you want to export. So pi, for example. And then in your main program, just say math utils equals require math utils. And math utils.py should exist. Yeah, you don't have to transpile just for these things. Here's this. All right, so the only thing that I need is to get the hardware data by tag. I don't know. This seems a little bit silly. You only need it for the damage source too. So we do this, and then we just have access to, the damage source. Hardware data, do we have a get damage source? I'm gonna write one because I think it'll help for when I'm searching through this code later. So let's put a breakpoint here and make sure this is set up correctly now. The only other thing to do is for something like missiles, just pass in a damage source. Just pass in a damage source of hello world. It really doesn't matter what it's set to as long as I can tell that it's set. What better than hello world? Why not make a get hardware by tag and use that hardware's property directly? So there are two different things here. There's sort of like a hardware template, which contains things like name, lasers, description, shoot stuff. And then there's the hardware tier data. And this says this is level 2, what you have equipped. And its damage that it does is 200, and its range is 5 tiles. And so I could return something that's the entirety of this stuff. because the thing that I'm trying to get is here. It's damage source. And that's on the template, not on the individual instance of this thing. The other thing I could do is mix in the damage source into the data so that it exists in both places. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm gonna test things out this way. I might redesign this a bit. So let's see. So hardware data should exist. Yeah, and we should have damage source. Yeah, we do. So module.exports is an object, Vito. So if you try to say function in here, then it would be the same as if you just said const object equals function. Like, this doesn't make any sense. But anyway, Vito, for these kinds of questions, I really do suggest you look online at how to make modules in Node.js. There's probably a tutorial on this. Yeah, in fact, they even use pi as an example. So yeah, you can just look at this. Would it be beneficial to jump in on an IDE or getting everything to compile on a text editor not that complex? So for beginning Node, you could just type Node into your command prompt and start typing JavaScript if you want. X equals 5, console.log, X. You could do this if you wanted to. So making a file afterward using an IDE should be a pretty simple extension of that, because afterward all you'll do is just run node main.js or something instead of running it interactively. So IDE text editor, that's up to you. For your project, did you debate about using static type checker? I debated very briefly, and I decided I just didn't feel like changing it. But I do think it would have saved me a lot of hassle. Hey, Texio. Hey, nice. How long did it take you? And did you have fun? In before this is all homework? It better not be. Do we have constants here? Oh, wow, we don't. Okay, so we want a damage source on everything, every kind of laser. And where did I put the one for missiles? Right beneath description? Let's put it beneath ID. Okay, so this is going to be lasers, obviously. Then we're going to have vampiric lasers, inferno lasers, and stunning lasers. And all these are going to dictate is just colors for now. Do I have, yeah, I have all the different kinds of lasers here. About an hour, and yeah, it was pretty fun. Well, good. All right. So what is remaining here? Oh yeah, the lasers code. This needs to go to the other fire projectile, which is here. And that's it. Now there's one last thing. Oh man, I like really have to cough apparently. Hang on. What's going on? Oh. No, he's not talking about that. Also, stop talking about that. Texio. Anyway, what is dev mode? It is I'll just whisper to you. I think the last book in the game Hi, Guy. Oh, Langley. Thanks for subbing. Welcome. For a moment there, it seemed like we were suddenly in a vacuum. Hey, Forgro. Alright, we should be pretty much ready to test this out now. So we have an isProjectile component. Let's just do console.log damage source. That's it. There are just two people welcoming Langley. Alright, well, nonetheless, thank you for subbing. Okay, here's how I have to test this, and I'm not positive this is gonna work. What happens? Yeah, I don't know how this works. Oh, I don't think there's any check here. Okay, yeah, this might work. Let's try it. So we'll give this vampiric lasers, and we'll give this one infernal lasers. And then I'll equip my own with stun lasers. And it hopefully will work. Where are stun lasers? Here. Okay. There we go. Thanks, Digi and Jew. And thanks for trying, antimatter tape. Okay. We need stun lasers. Got them. And we need code that will use stun lasers. Got it. Okay, so now we just try running this. And all we're going to see is damage source should print out 8, 9, 10, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, okay. Are those correct? Damage sources 8, 9, and 10. Perfect. Okay, so then all we need to do is copy paste this. So const shader time variable name. It's probably a way better way to do this. Yeah, it's probably a way better way. So we have constants.damage sources.infernal lasers is going to be fire time. Stun lasers don't even exist. This is going to be called laser time. These are some grade A variable names, by the way. Laser time. Sounds like something MC Hammer would say. And then here we say shader time variable names is projectile component dot damage source. And if it exists, so we get rid of this and this and this. If that exists, then we set that up here. Uniforms object. I think we can just do it this way. All right, does that work? Be pretty impressive if it worked. So one of the bots, I don't know which one. We're gonna have to figure this out though. So the default bot has vampiric. Anything that the default one shoots is going to turn purple. Anyone that the other one shoots is going to turn red. And anyone that mine shoots is going to turn gray. So remember, default is purple. Yeah, so try to remember that. Console read-only variables? Yeah. So you're using ES6 for those keys on shader time variable names? Yeah, I am. Is it just to make naming straightforward? It's to, okay, so check this out. Let's say I have an object that's just nothing. And I want to set object, and let's say we have a name of, like, property equals name. And I want to set object property equal to Adam. So here's the way to do this in ES5. Well, these would be vars, I guess. And in ES6, here's how I do this. Well, assuming this part is still necessary. So what this is saying is set a key here that refers to whatever property is set to, which is name. So object name will be set to Adam. And this is described here, I think, in property shorthand. No, property shorthand anyway. Where is this described? Computed property names. Yeah. All right, time to test this out. Remember, default bot shoots purple. Hopefully this works. I think I forgot to save this, so I need to put lasers on this bot again. Yeah, we'll save it this time. All right, come on. So these shoot red ones. Hey, cool, they're flashing red. But these aren't flashing at all. And are the default ones making them shoot? Are they flashing purple? I didn't actually see this thing fire. Yes, that's flashing purple. So the only thing that's missing is the regular one. What's going on there? Zero. I mean, that's all fine. What's going wrong here, though? Lasers, laser time. Oh, right. I didn't put lasers on. I put stunning lasers on. Oh, my God. All right. My bad. My bad, everyone. All right. Now they should turn gray. These look kind of weird when they turn gray. Yeah, there they go. It's all working, everybody. It's all working. Hey, Jalapeno. Hey, Gillichon. Whew. Well, that took, what, 4 hours of today to get all this stuff? That's pretty significant. But it's looking pretty good. Except the gray flashing, right? That doesn't really look that obvious. But that's just because I'm bad at making shaders. Time for a speed run. Alright, and missiles shouldn't go modifying anything. If I put missiles on here, what happens? Yeah, missiles don't do anything. Pretty cool. It's coming together. Apply the correct shader effect based on source projectile. Make sure that no shader effects are being applied for missiles. Update all code. Nice, 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 and nice. We are all done. The only thing is this. Try to take replay speed into account. I don't even know if I want to do that, to be honest, but we should look into that in a bit. So we'll lint the code. Alright, hardware constants is defined but never used. Entity util underscore is defined. It's undefined but is being used. And finally this. Now get disappointed by iPad performance. You can't be disappointed by iPad performance if you never run it on iPad. That's my story and I'm sticking to it. iPad performance is great. Alright, so don't check that in. We actually removed some code from the code base. Isn't that wonderful? 24 lines from that file. However, we ended up adding them here mostly. Wait, what? Oh yeah, okay. Code execution system, get hardware data, simple wrapper around get hardware data by tag. Oh yeah, I guess so, huh? The best commits are a net decrease in code. Yeah, I definitely like those commits. But that means that the first commit you make to any code base has to be the worst commit. Because you can't remove code from a code base that doesn't exist. The performance isn't bad on iPad, it just gives the user more time to see the replays. Yeah. Well, performance without shaders isn't too bad. And what I could do is if I notice the FPS is too low, I could just automatically disable shaders. It would lead to some weird things happening. Ideally, we would eventually have shaders just be more performant. In fact, no. Oh, man. Yeah, I think the only way for it to batch sprite calls with shaders is if the shaders are exactly the same and the textures are exactly the same. Anyway. Cool. So far, this code looks pretty good. We should also run all of the tests. Oh, this should not be kept. Yeah. Cool, I guess. Yeah. Those are all fine, unless I changed any damage values. No. Fine, I'll go comment this better. I'll do it this way. So we'll get types on all of these. Alright, so this is a string. These are both strings. Damage sources. Hey, Perger. What's the best way to use a database for my desktop and laptop during development? I'm running it locally on my desktop, but I think it's too much work to copy it between. Yeah, you should just be able to open it up over your local network. I'm assuming you're on the same network on your desktop and your laptop. If you're not, then you'll need to open up the database to the internet if you do that, which you can still do. You just need authentication on the database. So yeah, if the simplest solution is just if you're on the same network, open it up to more than localhost. And I can try to point you in the right direction for that. If you're not on the same network, open it up to the internet and just make sure you have username and password set up. The description category is an array of categories. Poor name for this. Tags is an array of tags. That actually makes sense. And tier information is an object, but the parameter itself is an array. Most params correspond to variables that get saved to member variables. So look in the constructor below. The only one not listed is tier information, which is I don't know why it's doing this weird thing with the tabbing. Oh, it's still doing it. There we go. All right, looks good. those are fine. An alternative to get hardware to your data that finds hardware by tag. Yeah, we're gonna comment this over here. And this optionally returns a hardware slot. Tags should be unique across a bot, so a tag can only refer to one piece of hardware. For example, you can't have both vampiric lasers and infernal lasers equipped, but regardless, you'll find either of them when you pass in tags.lasers. Yeah, Purger, that works. It's just then you usually have to pay money. Yeah, I don't think these things need to be there anymore. Also, let me lint this one more time. Yeah, the rest of this looks fine. What about this? It's a very minor change. That's a minor change. Minor. This is brand new. We need to keep it. Cool. And that's everything. So, differentiate damage sources in shaders. Firing an infernal laser will flash the target red. Firing a vampiric laser will flash the target purple. Firing a regular laser will flash the target gray. All other projectiles have no impact on the shaders. What is this to do tab? Yeah, it's plain tasks throwaway. Hey again, Hideo. Is your Git repository only local or do you actually push it somewhere? Yeah, I push it to Bitbucket. Bitbucket has free private repositories, which for me is awesome because I don't have an account anywhere else. I have a GitHub account, but I'm not going to make Botland public. And also high P3D images. The only other thing we could do here is take replay speed into account. I don't know how this is going to work now that I think about it. Wait, stay here. Save these. How does this work? Let's go log into Atom 2. We're going to attack Atom 1. Well, let's forfeit this one at least. We're going to attack Atom 1. Oh, Atom 5 is not Atom 1. Come on. You can find him. Oh, man. It's a 50% chance that I attack Atom 1. There we go. Alright, and we need to play out a match. Let's just use infernal lasers here. Do we have them? We don't even own them. So we'll put vampiric on some and infernal on some other one. Do I have any cosmetic items? No, I don't. Let's just go back to the main menu. We'll buy some cosmetic items really fast. So the vampiric ones will be... Where's the bat? Bat. And the infernal ones will be the fire. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we'll make the infernal laser bot. Done. We have a script. Oh, I don't care about that. Delete it. Okay, so some infernal lasers bots. What? 17 bots? Oh no, never mind. 7. Okay. Now we need the vampiric laser bots. Cool. Uh-oh. What happened here? Oh, whoops. I forgot to restart the game server. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, that's really too bad. Hopefully it saved my bots, so I don't have to recreate those. Okay, it saved the bots, but this match is gonna be bogus now. We gotta attack him again. Alright, they have reflect, so I'm just killing myself. Oh, whatever. And even the damage it is making it through is getting healed almost immediately, thanks to regen. Where's a bot that's actually missing life? 1440, 1385. It's taking very little damage each turn. And it's healing 45 every turn. It's very powerful. Okay, cool. Well, the whole point of that was so that I could check out what a replay looks like with these shader effects. So we're going to do this, and we're going to hit pause as soon as a laser hits. Yeah, so the bot stops flashing. But for the time that it is flashing, it flashes for just as briefly as if we were in a very fast replay mode. Why is that lagging like that? Yeah, it never used to lag like that. I wonder if that's a shader thing happening, or it's just because we're playing it back too fast. I've seen this before. Not this particular picture, but this behavior. This should really never be done. Which, yeah. Then yeah, I'll check that out, Hideo. Okay, so one of the questions is, do we want these effects to be scaled with replay speed? So the flashing of this bot when it gets hit, if I slow this down anymore, like you can see the projectiles slow down a bit. Yeah, the projectiles slow down, they scale with replay speed, but this flashing doesn't. And if I want it to scale, I think it'd be pretty easy to do. But we have replay speed, right? I have no idea where we have replay speed. Oh, I'm in the wrong arena. Here it is. What is replay speed? You think I would have written like higher is faster, or the number starts at 1, or any of that stuff, but nope, just never wrote any of it. Well, time to write it now. Default replay speed. Higher numbers mean faster replays. This will get multiplied by the number of milliseconds that have passed. A number of 1 represents 100% speed. Try catching every single function. Could never be too careful. All right. No, this is never used either. So what we need to do is divide by the replay speed, and then we're good. So shader time. We just say this divided by this dot replay speed, and then we're done. Are we? Wait, is that how that works? No, it's times. And now let's check it out. So we're going to slow down the game to the slowest speed. And now the flash that happens should be also slowed down. Yeah, cool. Right, that looks pretty good. That way when you slow down the game, all the shaders also slow down. So if you have it in super fast speed, you pretty much won't see them flash at all. Yeah, which is, I think, what you'd expect because everything's happening so fast. And that also means if you pause it, it's not gonna, no, projectiles will still shoot while paused. What is going on there? Yeah, there we go. So yeah, if you pause, there, yeah, projectiles still work while you're paused. All right. Cool. Well, let's check that in. It was like a one-line change. Why? I'm typing a command into Sublime. Can't do that. Scale shader effects. Scale shader. Adjust shader effects based on replay speed. Slower replay speeds. I think that's pretty obvious. Let's just do that. Alright, nice. So we are completely done with that. It's going pretty well. I don't think JavaScript allows 2 returns from a function. I mean, I can just show you this really fast. If you have function foo and you say try return A, finally return B, and then you call foo, it's always going to return B. So no, there are no two returns. No, Hideo, I think what Best Alloys is asking about specifically is not, can you do this, return 1, return 2? This is valid. If you wrap these in if statements, you could hit this one or you could hit this one. But if you can only return a single time from a function. And images, if that happened, I have backups elsewhere too. So I mean, everyone in the world is vulnerable to every single one of their backups going down, but the likelihood of that happening is pretty slim, right? So the chances that those 2 go down, and my external hard drive, and my one other place that I have it saved, that all of those things go down and that there's no backup, then I'd have to rely on you guys who are copy pasting code as I type it into your own version of Sublime. You'd probably charge me for that, though. Well, effectively the control flow would be 2 returns in that case. Yeah, I think there's some special case where it just overrides the try and goes to the finally. Okay, I think it's lunchtime. It's 1:11 and I've been online for 4 hours and 20 minutes. So I'm going to be streaming for another 3 hours when I get back. I'm probably just going to be doing refactoring stuff later. I'll be gone for about half an hour. I'll do my typical BRB lunch warning. But there's been some pretty good progress today. Use Vim to type the source code. My bad. Yeah. Oh, by the way, you can always type, why is there no animation during the pause? Any plans on this? So there's no animation even when it's running. There's just no animation yet, really. So any plans on that? There might be some animations eventually. I'm not positive. And by the way, there's another thing that I added a little while ago to the bot. If you type BRB lunch and then a number, you can buy that many at a time. So you can say like 10 and you'll spend 250 points. Okay, I am now typing the command. So here we go. We'll set this to 35 minutes. And I will see you guys after lunch. Thank you for watching so far. I'll be back in about half an hour. Take care. All right, I'm back. Time to become the code custodian. Hey, Hideo. Yeah, it was a good lunch. I wasn't really that hungry because I'd had some Soylent, but it was good. Yeah, so I want to just clean up the code base a bit. Why the Bible thumb? Pawn? Did I blow out your ears? Thanks for scaring me. Okay, I have no idea how to come back without scaring people. I've tried whispering into the microphone and people get creeped out. I've tried just saying, hey, I'm back, everyone, and then people jump out of their chairs. I think you guys just need to mute the stream when I go to lunch. That's it. But yeah, hey, everybody. What's your favorite game engine? I really haven't used that many game engines, so I would say Unity, which I only really tried out for a month or two. So some of these things that I just never, it's just not worth changing. I'm either going to do this now or I'm going to drop this. Do or drop today. So let's take a look. I might decide not to do it, and that's totally fine. .x equals. Use an air horn. Have music going during lunch so people know the stream is still on? No, because chances are, all that would do is probably force you to mute the stream. What if you play music and after your break you stop the music? Yeah. A bunch of people actually suggested that. Yeah, I don't know. It's something I could consider. The thing is, it would need to be royalty-free music. I don't want to stream something I'm not licensed to stream. I know other streamers don't have a problem with that. That's on them. So yeah, position.x and y. I think doing .set isn't necessarily even better than what I'm doing right now. For scale, it makes sense. Scale is usually set both of these things to the same number. Yeah, so for scale.x, I think we could do that. This is chip sprite. If we just, for laughs, set this to 1.25, this would be gigantic. Play your piano music on the loop. I could do that. Why did this not work? Yeah, why didn't this work? Chip sprite. Huh, I'm missing something here. What am I missing? What am I missing? Strange. Oh, there we go. Now they're gigantic. We'll just drop this here. Let's move this one up to here. All right, cool. Yeah, so 0.25 is what we want. That we don't care about. This is a very minor refactoring. Yeah, that's it. It sings so I can never leave. You know, on the very first stream I did, there were enough people here where I did kind of stick around during my lunch break. I was very tired by the end of that first day. It was also incredibly exciting. I remember people stopped in. There were actually a decent number of viewers on that first day. All right, that's it. That's all I'm going to do here for this one. This was only worth doing for the scale, for setting scale, since both x and y scale values are usually the same. What about a bell notification whenever you come back? Yeah, you know what? I'll consider for tomorrow. Consider playing the subscriber sound when I come back. Something like that. Was your first stream 287 days ago? No. I started streaming on September 8th, 2015. 287 days ago is in development days, not in calendar days. Yeah, good job, Soul Sorcerer. Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. So I removed 2 lines of code from the code base. Refactor scale to use dot set. An incredibly minor refactor. A bell. No, I know. Oh, man. This is what I wrote in my notes. Consider playing the subscriber sound when I come back from lunch. Just blast an F sharp on a trumpet. Builder first. Can I see the code for this somewhere? I wonder how you guys found this so fast. Where is it? This is strange code. What did I eat for lunch? I had a chicken salad sandwich. It'd be great to see shortcut indicators. Always wondering how you do some cursor movements. RBO3, I don't think I want to do that, because I saw Hardly Difficult does that, and I try not to take things from other streamers. But if you ever have a question on how I do something, feel free to ask, definitely. And hey, Coding Hobby. I'm guessing you didn't have enough points for that, Coding Hobby? Yeah, 20 points. Alright, here you go, Coding Hobby. Here's your 5 points. Why not sign the afternoon stream so we have nothing to get surprised at? You're right. It's a great idea. Yeah, I find this a little bit strange. Oh, never mind. They use 3 case statements. Never mind. I read that wrong the first time. Okay, so for MySQL, they do the same thing, right? No, it's okay. I gave you the 5 points, and now you should have enough. Thanks, Coding Hobby. Alright. So what else does first control? Because according to this, Toulouse says it also adds a limit 1. That probably does happen, but I wonder where that comes from. I guess we could just search for a limit. It's very tough to find all of these. Yeah, we should probably just test this out. Yeah, let's just test it out. Hey, Capillara. Yeah, P3D images. those are the good old days, weren't they? Oh, I think some people probably thought that was too goofy. it does add a limit 1. I wonder where that comes from, though. What do you think about the new GitHub UI? I honestly don't really notice it too much. I mean, yeah, the title is darker, and what they use brighter blues over here. But yeah, in general, I don't really notice anything that different about it. Hey, 3D Extended. 3D Extended, I don't know if you were watching. Oh god, hang on a second. I've been coughing a lot today. I don't know if you were watching earlier today, but I implemented the times for 3 different effects. So if we slow this down, check out when this gets hit. There's the red effect of Inferno lasers. And these have a purplish effect for vampiric lasers. And there's also an effect for regular lasers. So I did those 3, and I'm even scaling the time according to the replay speed. So at faster speeds, you won't see it flash as long. So yeah, it's finally in. It took 4 hours. All right, we should write this down for connects. Query basics. Okay, so let's go take a look. EJ still shows up. He's usually here on most days. I think he's just got classes. Adam disabled the Wi-Fi in the closet. So let's say you have a function like this. So let's tab this in and code style it. There. Instead of returning dbresp0, you can use .first, which not only has the dbresp0 built in, but also adds a limit 1 to the query. Having this stuff in is so weird sometimes. So there's that. And then the other thing I wanted to link to is the part where it adds this. So this line of code right here. Yeah. Why did you choose MySQL over a NoSQL database? I was using MongoDB for the prototype of this, and I just thought some things were too hard to do. Because I was storing everything as JSON blobs and then correlating data and doing all this other stuff. It just didn't seem that clean to me. Plus, I don't know anything about how NoSQL databases scale in an application like this. Hey, now for Bennett. Yeah, game is getting prettier. And yeah, no, you definitely don't have to do this. And also, I only technically did it for laser effects, and that's it. Capillara. You should write a programming language. What does the S in SLOC stand for? SLOC is source lines of code. I don't know if you do it. I also remember when one viewer here on stream coded a small JS game for you where you move a picture. Oh, yeah. That was that P3D images. Are those the default OneNote colors? These? You can change the colors of any of these things however you want. Well, apparently not however you want, only to these colors. What is it set to right now? Red chalk. So yeah, if I change it to something like this, it's it's still actually kind of weird, right? But I don't mind. I don't really notice the colors. Was sending this link a try to get me off the stream by clicking it? Because that's what just happened. No, you mentioned. Oh, come on. Look at this. I remember one viewer here on stream. I linked it to you. It was totally great. Alright, so use first instead. So this will look like this. That's the final function. Looks like this. Let's actually just do this here. Dot first. This is much cleaner. And we are going to start using it. Okay. Am I making an API? No, Catalan Web. I'm just fixing up some database calls that I have here. So anywhere that we see 0 like this, we should just do dot first here. We can't exactly change this because we use dbresp elsewhere, but we can do this. And here we could just say const db user. That should work. Oh, right, I never ran the test. That's what I forgot to do. I knew I forgot something. Well, 14 of these should fail, but the other 340 or something should pass. 15 failed. Uh-oh. Post lifesteal source. Uh-oh. Why are you writing documentation in OneNote? This is for connects. If I ever want to use connects, let's say 2 years from now, I'll have forgotten everything. So when I come back to this, I'll be able to remind myself pretty quickly about all this stuff. Actually, not even 2 years from now. If I'm trying to use this 2 months from now and I'm like, wait, how did I get that foreign key error resolved last time? Then I just go down to troubleshooting and I look at this and I remember this and I look at the logs and I fix everything and I think, thanks, past Adam. Thanks for writing those notes diligently. Have you thought about using async and await? Yeah, I've thought about it, and now that Node natively supports it, I could consider upgrading, although there was a problem with upgrading last time. But yeah. Okay, so this actually is unexpected. The other errors are expected. I know that sounds weird, but they are. But this is coming from here. This particular test is failing and wasn't before. So let's try this. So it's a bad library? What? No, it's not a bad library. No, this... Okay, so that I have a troubleshooting section in a notebook doesn't mean that the thing that I'm troubleshooting is bad. This was actually my fault. It's not even a connects problem, really. It's just a SQL thing. And even, it's not even complex necessarily. It's like, I write notes for something like Python too. Or let's say in Lodash, there's a function _get where you can get some object and a property that may not exist and then a default value. Like, this is not complex. It's not that difficult to just look up and find. But if you don't know it even exists, then you're probably not going to search for it because it's just such simple functionality. So I'd probably write a note on this and just say, hey, this exists. So in the future, if you ever try using Lodash, this is probably one of those functions you're going to want to use. So my notes have been helpful in the past, definitely. Okay, I see. I see pawn. Okay, so what is this test trying to do? Should not steal life from reflected vampiric projectiles. And this is apparently stealing life. Oh, wait. I never did that. Oh man. Okay, yeah, I screwed up a bunch of stuff. All right, let's bring this on back. This, get life stolen and run lasers test. I didn't fix either of these, did I? Where do we use vampiric projectiles? Oh boy, I don't know. I don't know where I did this. Get buff value. Laser lifesteal. How do vampiric projectiles heal life? I do not remember this. I never even wrote vampiric here. Oh, I know where. Percent lifesteal. Where does this take place though? Oh man. Okay, I screwed up. This apparently doesn't exist anywhere. I find that hard to believe. Get life stolen. Aha! Ah! I found it. Yeah, this is the problem. Okay, whoops. I'll have to watch this later, Capilar. I think my favorite clip that you guys have taken is that one. Let me see if I can find this really fast. It's the one that Liquidor clipped. Oh, apparently you guys have been clipping stuff even today. I haven't been paying attention to any of these. There's like multiple clips every single day. All right, top 30 days. I think it was this one. No, it wasn't this one. Oh, come on, it was clipped by Liquidor. Where is that one? I don't remember when it was. Yeah, here it is. Okay. This is, I think, my favorite clip that you guys have taken. That's not even that bad. Or funny, I should say. Wait, are those... They're two different ones? Huh. Anyway, I think they should be the same clip. So here, if the damage source is anything that has lifesteal on it, that's what this should be doing. Yeah, this won't necessarily work. We should just take this out of here. This should be so much more generic than it is. Man. But I guess there could be any number of sources here of lifesteal. Okay. I fixed this part. But run lasers test. This can't work, right? Create target info? How does this function? So the test code was still fine that whole time. I can send you guys the quotes if you want. You just need to parse them into a format that you can read other than just this stuff. Okay. So now we're back down to just this. But I don't understand how this particular test worked. Let's search for this again. Run lasers test. What does this do? Well, at least I put a lot of thought into this. However, laser's lifesteal can't do anything anymore. Wow. Are these even being run? I can't imagine this is actually working. Run zapper test. Run weaponry test. Does this ever get run? Apparently in buff test, which I probably commented out. Yup. Well, that's nice. We're probably never coming back to that. Okay. Well, we fixed one part, which is this. Fixed bug where vampiric lasers didn't steal life. Was that even the case? At least I had a test and it caught a bug. That's good. Okay, so back to this. Create script. I'm gonna have to check all of these things. So this is going to be const db user dot first. We're going to fix all of these. Okay. No script found to delete. There's going to be db script, I guess. Gonna have to make sure everything works after this. Alright, that one looks good so far. So we're replacing every instance of just bracket, 0 bracket. And there's 43 of these. Oh. Don't worry, guys, it won't take that long. No, we gotta do this here too, huh? Okay, not bad. Let's keep going. So everywhere that we had this, yeah, it's probably gonna need a change. This is all pretty mechanical updates that we're gonna have to do here. Oh well, it'll result in marginally better code. Marginally better code. That's what we're getting out of this. Oh, this too. You know, maybe I think the better way to do this might be... No, I need to make sure we do these in the same order every time, though. We could pass in a... No, this is... The builder pattern is just better for right now. So we can get rid of this and say dot first. Okay, let's keep moving. Only a million more left. Yeah, this code definitely exists in a lot of different places. It's possibly worth it to just do a find replace on all this stuff. Why is this even here? I don't ever use this. That's unusual. Huh. Probably the same thing here too, right? Yeah, it is. They're not even costly mistakes or anything. It's just relatively sloppy. Speaking of that, db user equals. This is not right. Yeah, I know I forgot it first. I'm actually looking for it right now. But good eye, because I only realized it after I typed out a different one. There it is. There. If you're curious about all the different times, here's the top 250 list. Alright, what's going on here now? I don't even use the response for some of these things. Wow, I just set this in a bunch of places and it never mattered. Well, we can't be that far from finishing the rest of these. Do I use this at all? No. How many more do we have? 29 left. Okay, I guess we can be that far from finishing it. What is this? Because of how the above query is constructed, a user may try creating an account that uses the username of one account and the email of another. Oh yeah, this is some special case nonsense. Search for where ID equals user ID for find replace and make sure there's a semicolon at the end. Hey, King Dan. Yeah, that's a good idea, Liquidor. Okay, so let's find the next instance of that. This is not correct. We should do it this way. So this will give us a DB inventory. No, DB user. Which may not even exist. That's fine though. Same thing here. I think it's nice to do that stuff, Digi. I like getting to the point where all you have to worry about is polish. It's very, very time consuming to get to that point though. Okay, so here's a place where we do this. How many times does this exist? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we do this a lot of times. In fact, selecting user for update. I wonder if I should just extract that out. Hey, Talma. Thanks for the host. How'd the stream go? And welcome, Talma's viewers. We've got nothing exciting on the schedule for today, but the game is online and playable. Hey, Jangtron. You're doing polish to avoid the other stuff? So if I were to write a function that said something like get user for update, I need to pass in the transaction and the user ID, and I'd have this code essentially. The game's already solid, and a little bit of polish goes a long way. Oh, definitely. Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with that. Oh, this would need to be in a coroutine though if I were to do this. No, I'm not going to do this. This is why async and await would really help. And yeah, all details in the doc, but the mouse in particular printed out both times. So I guess there's no need to run it the second time. Alright, so how frequently does this happen? 8 matches. I think we can just blanket change them. Should a quick project update stream? Hope Botland is going well. Yeah, I think it's going well. I think there's still just oodles and oodles of work to be done. It seemingly never ends. So we can change this to const db user. And then we still have 8 selection regions. We can change this to dot first. And then we'll just put an XXX at the end of all of them. That way we can find exactly this and then get rid of the cruft that we have. Yeah, this should work. Okay, so let's delete this. That can be gone. That looks good. Delete this. Cool. Search for const db user equals db rest. db. Oh yeah, no, I could do that, but I think this is gonna be fine anyway, because I don't know what code comes after this, and I need to look at it at a case by case basis. Because I'm getting rid of db resp, so if that was ever used later in the function anywhere, I'd need to find that. And chances are at least one of these places is going to be used somewhere. I mean, I don't see it yet, but that doesn't mean it's not there. Yeah, there it is. So this is one of those cases where I would have done a find replace and I would have gotten rid of this too, but then I wouldn't have seen that now this doesn't exist anymore because I'd renamed this variable. So that's why I'm being a little bit more careful when I go through this. Although actually in this case it wouldn't have existed anyway. Well, let's leave this one as is for now. Yeah, so this won't work either. Oh, in case the query is different. Yeah. So this won't work. This needs to be assert not is nil db user. Okay, great. So moving on. So this one's actually fine. I just very explicitly said it was the user ID. So this should change to db botbay, which means anywhere we had this needs to change to db botbay. This needs to have a dot first. Get rid of that. Same thing here. This goes there. Botbay shouldn't show up anywhere else. Cool. What is this? You can only be in one match at a time, right? You should only be in one match at a time. I don't know how you'd get into multiple. That would mean that something else screwed up. But either way, we're only returning the first here. And we're only ever doing this. So make things slightly easier. db ongoing match. Saves the result of a completed game. Yeah, so I guess we know that the match has to exist. And then same thing down here. I've got to be careful when I'm checking this code in, and I've also got to lint it. And then we should pretty much be fine. That's still okay. Get specific replay. Get ongoing match. I think it makes sense because I didn't know about the first variable. This is what's making the code more readable, is switching to using first for everything. But I think the old way made sense if there was no first variable or no first builder for this pattern. All right, I think that's almost it. Yeah, I think that's it. The rest of these need to stay as is. Yep, cool. So they should all be fixed. Oh yeah, you're right. Good job, Capillar. Okay, so yeah, there were a bunch of mistakes despite my best efforts. So what is this? It's assigned a value but never used. Okay, cool. This is not defined. Do we even need this? No, we don't. Not defined, never needed. Probably never used anywhere. No, it actually is used. Okay, guess we need this. Is it ever assigned to again? Yes, it is. All right, so let's move on. There we saw the end of a file. All right, what is this? Get all of their blueprints. Should just be, yeah, 1. There we go. And that's technically from a different commit altogether. Where does this leave us? This means we just need to test every single aspect of the game, and then we'll know we're good. No, actually, there's a better way to do this, I think, which is just to inspect the code where I made modifications. So for 1, and I think it's best to do this in classes. So 1, did I add first everywhere that I used to have 0 at the beginning? And that's really the only test I need to do. I guess just make sure variable names line up. So let's just check for first right now. There's 1. Yeah, that one's done. That one's done. That's done. So anywhere that we see a yield that modified, if we have a first at the end, then we're good. Cool. Cool. And we'll hopefully catch this as I run through just some basic scenarios. DB user. Yeah, that's gone. Cool. I mean, so far so good, but there are a lot of changes. Yeah. Wait, yep. And if I missed a first anywhere, then functions would just start failing because they'd expect properties that don't exist. And I'd find it as soon as I tried running any of those. Because it would be blatantly obvious. Cool. I don't know which one feels better in this case. When I'm looking through these and I find a bug that I missed, because then I feel like, oh, I'm glad I caught that. Or not finding any, and then knowing, oh, good, I did that right the first time. I don't know what I prefer. Okay. Yeah, all those look fine. So let's try running the application now. So we go over to here, run, and we just try using the game. That's it. So let's start at the beginning. We'll just test a bunch of different things. Connect to an account. Seems fine. Watch a replay. Seems fine. Click news. I don't think news even contacts the server. So save a defense. Yep. Create a blueprint when we save a defense. Yep. Create a script when we save a defense. Yep. What else? What else can we do? Buy items, I guess. Buy armor. Yep. Buy cosmetics. Yep. Selling cosmetics. Oh yeah, you're not allowed to sell. That's not new. That was always just forbidden. Okay, attacking somebody else. Let's forfeit the match. Cool. Let's actually play the match. Cool. It seems like most things are fine. Let's register for a new account. Yeah, I think everything's working. Why do you use function when you can just do an arrow function? Where do you see me doing that? I'm not saying I'm not doing it. So these are generator functions. There's no generator arrow functions. But yeah, here this doesn't have to be a function. Yeah, and I do that all over the place. But the generator functions still need to have the star there. When async and await can be used, I can eventually get rid of a lot of these things. Oh yeah, upgrade. That's a good suggestion. Select experience. No, select ID name from users. So AdamDB test is 12. Set experience equal to 8,000 where ID equals 12. So we go upgrade our defense. Then we make some bots. Cool. You see the latest GitHub bug with the replay button losing and starting a nan or null phase after completing an attack? No, I didn't see that yet. Yeah, at some point I'm going to get back to fixing bugs, but we're not there yet. Who here remembers when the stream had sirens going all the time? Now we hear it like once every month and a half. So how many lines of code did we cut down on? 40. That was 40 lines that we just didn't need. So not bad. I mean, I know this is a gigantic file, but still, if we got rid of 2% of the file, that's not bad. They're coming to me. Using the distance from Manhattan. Refactor database to use connex's first function. In places where I was doing connects dot blah the first result set I didn't realize when coding it that I could have just used the dot first function, which not only picks the first result, but it also adds a limit 1 to the query, which could improve performance in some cases. Do you care about using util.exist versus is nil? Hey, told us. This change actually came about because of you and Hideo. No, I don't care so much. It's a difference of about 3 characters, and if I ever want to change it, it's pretty easy to go through the entire code base and change it. But there's no impetus to do that. And yeah, making a readable quotes list, I don't think so. I don't know. I kind of just want my bot maybe once a day to just type quote once. And that way they'll get printed out a little bit more. Because what happens is either someone knows exactly the number of the quote they want, or they want every single quote. It's very rare that people are just like, I want one quote. I want a small digestible piece of inside joke information that sometimes contains context. So we are done with this. Neat. Refactor battle log so that it's not a container. This isn't a container? What was I talking about? What? There's no need to pass everything from Redux through news. Do I do this? I don't even know what I'm talking about. Or what I was talking about. Yeah, I have no idea. When was this written? February 15th. Okay, let's take a look at what the code looked like on February 15th. Maybe it made sense back then. Or maybe I was just going crazy. February 15th, refactor battle log. Oh, I apparently did this already. What? Oh. It's got moved somewhere else though. No, I have no idea what I was talking about. This makes no sense. Hey, Dano. Wait. What did I write here? Oh, so that it is a container, not so that it's not a container. Oh, whoops. Okay. See ya, Endurant. Is your database or app just one big model for the entire game? Do you have all transactions in that file? Do you have DB modules or something similar, split files? Yeah, it's just everything the account server needs to do. Splitting that up by task shouldn't be very difficult. I just never did it. There's no need to pass everything from Redux. Yeah, I misread my own to-do item. So Redux is, let's see, we have battle log state. Yeah, we're passing 4 of these. And if I didn't do this, then we could just have all this over there. Wait a second, this couldn't even work, right? Oh my god, is this the bug that I had? Oh no. Oh no. Oh man. Alright, I think I just found a bug. And I think, let's test this out. So do you guys remember how you had to go, this is really silly. So take a look at this. It says Adam 2's attack was thwarted 1 hour ago. So now we're going to log in as Adam 2 over here. So on the left we have Adam 1, on the right we have Adam 2. We're going to attack. We have to wait until we get to Adam 1. Oh my god. Ah, here we go. Okay, so we forfeit a match against Adam 1. And now this won't get updated if we click news and then come back here. And the reason why it won't, at least I think, is because we're saying only to update when entries change. But entries don't even exist anymore. It's replay entries, botcoin entries, and this. So we should really just get rid of all of this altogether. And then go try that same scenario. Does Battlelog still only update because it's a component of the news container? So the way it was set up was that it would only update when one of those keys changed, and those keys were not up to date. And hey again, Memron. All right, so let's try the exact same thing we just tried. ADA, what? What? Oh, interesting. I know how that works. Okay. Although actually, yeah, okay. So let's try this again. We go attack Atom 1 again, which we need to find them. This is why I should just go wipe out the entire database. Here they are. So we click forfeit, and now we go to news and come back. And it doesn't print out. Okay, this is throttled on something. I don't know. Something is in charge of showing this. I think it's once every minute that it happens. Oh, there it goes. Look at that. It worked. I would like you to retract your lull, please, Hideo. Do you work out at all? Right up until I had a lot of back pain. Like, I'm sitting very stupidly right now, and then I complain about back pain. Yeah, I used to. As of 2 weeks ago. For, like, the 2 years leading up to 2 weeks ago, I was going to the gym 3 times a week. And then I had back pain. You know, barring any times I was sick or whatever else. Yeah, it was generally 3 times a week. Yeah, there's a throttle there, but I think the old code wouldn't have even had this work. And Zayas plays, sure. I'd have to watch it after the stream though. Fine. Yeah, like I said, you can send it. I just don't watch people's videos on stream. All right, copy paste. Getting back to the gym again this Saturday. I'm laughing at what Syntonic said. I don't know if that was ever true. But I definitely had way more protein when I was in college. That's the biggest reason why I'm not like getting anywhere with my workouts now. Alright. Yeah. I think this was fixed. The only way to know for sure though is to put this back to the code that it used to have. So let's try something. Let's do something pretty radical here. Let's just drop the database. Hey, Sakalo. How's that packet of burger thingies? Did I just say radical? Yes. Is that unusual? Okay, so now our colors are going to change too. So Atom is now... Oh, hey, they're the new color scheme too. So it's this muted pink and purple. And over here we got a darker pink and blue. They're actually pretty similar to one another. Let's log in as the other two players. I'm just curious what color schemes they got. This has nothing to do with testing at this point. Oh, they all got like a pinkish color. I wonder why. It could just be random. No, they all got somewhere on the red end of the spectrum. That's a little weird. I want to drop the database again. I think that's okay. let's try this again. So are they still in the reds? This is brown, which is... Man, what is going on? At least they're getting different secondary colors. But... Okay, no, it's good. Okay, they're fine. All right, well, we need to go make a defense over here. So we put down some bots. Save. We actually don't go back to the main screen yet. There's a throttled fetch battle log, and there's a set interval call for it, which is once every 60 seconds. We will change this to once every second. And then we will attack Adam. That didn't work. What? Did the matchmaker not pick that up? Got network traffic. Connection refused. Oh man, why is this so bad? Fine. So did that work? Matchmaker, account server. So what, it doesn't know what game servers now, I'm guessing? Doesn't really matter whether it does or not. So now we click attack. Now we forfeit, and as soon as we hit forfeit, within a second, we should see over here that it just goes into the battle log. Nice. It's only when it has the focus. I forgot about that. So I need to give it the focus again. Okay, so that worked. Now what we're going to do is revert this entire file and see if it works again. And if it does, then it means we fixed the bug. Or sorry, if it doesn't, then it means we fixed the bug. Because this should be buggy. So we'll try that one more time. We click forfeit. Nice. I did fix the bug. Nice. Have fun playing the botland team. Why is that? I think it's a nice message, right? When you register for an account, register for Adam5, and it sends this email. This would have been an email if send emails were true. You just signed up for Botland. And you need to verify your email address by clicking this link. Although this needs to be localhost 3000. There. So now we use that link, and it says, thanks for activating your account, Adam5. Your account will no longer expire and you'll be able to make real money purchases. Done. Pretty sweet, right? Unfortunately, that activation code is stuck in the URL. Hey, Kong Simon, got used to the weird keyboard? No, not yet. Team Adam. Okay, yeah, well, we fixed the bug. Cool. And this I'm just going to cancel. I don't think this is worth doing. Didn't you cache the store preview images? Yeah, I did. Why do you ask, Hideo? And the chosen one, yeah, it's Kanimu. So I cached them so that when you go back to that page, it loads pretty quickly. But when you scroll down to these new ones, it's gonna have to load in. So now when I go back to the page and scroll down, nope, they still have to populate. Oh, that's fine. They are cached. Huh. They should be cached. We could take a look. Okay, see you, Pawn. Good luck at trivia. Yeah, actually, knowing why you're asking today would probably be best. I meant between entering the store and leaving the store. Yeah, they're still cached for that. They should be, at least. We could take a look here. Console.log destroying cached sprite. Yeah. So let's try that. So this should never get hit. So we go to the store. come back in, yeah, I don't think it ever destroys it. I think the only reason it would is if you ever got more than the cache amount. You didn't have size column displayed? Oh, okay. If I set this to something like 10, then yeah, we would probably run into a bunch of issues here. Let's try that out, in fact. So yeah, destroying cache sprite. So once they're in the DOM, they should just be in the DOM. But then if I come back to here, it's destroyed 52 so far. Yeah, these load pretty fast, which is surprising. Why are those loading so fast? Maybe if we leave the store page and come back? Huh, I have no idea. What is going on? Oh, oh my god. Oh, everything is so difficult. All right, there's another cache. There are two caches. There's one for just base 64 data, and then there's another one for the sprites that got colorized. Wanted to show you how you won against me with both of us having 0 bots at the end. Is that possible? Wow. I was just checking if the bug when going twice to the store would force refresh the battle logs is still a thing. Oh. Those aren't stored by Google Chrome. The images in the DOM are, but then once you leave the page, they're no longer in the DOM. So then Chrome is not responsible for storing them. It is me. All right. Gotta check this in now. Not this. How long has main become? I don't know. I try not to look at that too much. It's almost 3,000 lines. Yeah, there's some things I can split out here pretty easily. And then other things I just need to... I need to figure out where to put a lot of the UI related code. It needs access to... It needs access to functions like... Imagine this. Imagine there's a save button. When you press the save button, it should eventually contact the account server and save a script or something like that. Well, that function to contact the account server exists. It needs to be passed into React. I don't know why I said React that way. I don't know the best way to do that. So I've been throwing all that stuff into main and just saving it for later. Because when I do finally change it, it shouldn't be too much of a fix. I just need to design something and then implement it. Fix bug where battle log wouldn't update. This was because I was only updating based on certain props changing. And those props were listed incorrectly. Yeah, I think I went overboard with only update for keys. Only update for keys really shouldn't be used if every single prop change should trigger an update. For really basic components, just pass in props. Yeah, I don't think I understood that originally. I guess it's not as easy as shared instances and events. I mean, it could be. I just need to figure out exactly what I want to do. So what's happening right now is those buttons that are getting passed in. So for example, something like this, update script on account server. This is coming from, this is actually coming from some other thing. Yeah, it's still coming from the main instance, but there's a bunch of functions that are just small React functions. Something like this, for example, on exit replay mode. All this really does, it goes back to the news page, it sets some state in the arena, and it sets some state in the UI. And that's it. All right, so let's get back to the refactoring list. Yeah, I'm canceling this. This is just never going to be important enough to change. Put this up here. Hey, Batman. Yeah, I wonder, as far as sounds go, do you like the sound of typing on that keyboard, or do you like the sound of typing on this keyboard? Does it matter? For really simple components, you can get small perf improvements by using pure component instead of component. But does pure component ever update? I should write this down. Mechanical have it sub twice. If you ever want to read about it, should component update and see why it shouldn't be everywhere, but also present sometimes. This is a great post. Yes, I do. Thank you, Hideo. Hey, Power Rangers. You're listening to the old keyboard. Well, I was thinking of migrating more to this one, but I'm not sure. I need to be as fast as I am with the current one. Your keyboard looks the same. Have you even changed it? Oh, when I was typing on this one, it was different for the 5 seconds I was typing. Imagine if that's all you had to do as a streamer to get like $200,000 a year. Just stand around and mash a bunch of keys on a desk. May need more than... Did I type 4% cucumber? Or did you accidentally type 4%? Which one of us screwed up? No, it was you. You were the one who screwed up. Yeah, it might be. It might be cucumber owl. I actually wanted to make it higher than I'd originally planned, but not crazy. But yeah, maybe 50%. That way it's just an easy half damage. Excuse me. Not far from Twitch Plays. Wait, Jengtron, they're both ergonomic keyboards, so I'm not sure which one you're talking about exactly. Does it matter which keyboard you use on camera? It's clearly not the same person coding. Gong Simon, the reason this is important is because people got to the point, when I'd first gotten the ErgoDocs and I tried using it was like day 2. People were openly upset about it. Now I don't think they're annoyed as much because I've gotten better at it, but I'm still not great. All right. Oh, hey, this is done. And this is done. Nice. You mean the curved one, okay. I'm still not losing with the cloak strategy? Wait, really? I haven't been looking at this. Do I even have enough money to buy cloaking and try this out for myself? No, I do not. But Liquidor lost to me. That says something, right? That bot survived. Now it's gonna heal a bunch of life. I feel like Liquidor's trying to make a defense that beats everyone in a very, very custom way. Yeah. Man, Liquidor, you spent a lot of time on this stuff, huh? I mean, it's impressive. Because, yeah, I see my bots chase you all the way over to the side of the arena, and then you do manage to kill them. Oh, man, yeah, I barely won. What's with the username max length thing? Are you talking about on here? This was me trying to use the wrong variable, I think. Why do you want to change your keyboard? Doesn't it take months or years to be typing as fast as you are with your current one? I'm not sure how long it would take exactly. I think in about a week I was able to get pretty good progress. But why do I want to change? I want to see if there's any big difference with the new one. And if I don't like it, then I just don't use it. That's it. Don't you have the database local, money for everyone? I mean, sure, I could give everyone money. And yeah, 0 bots, that is intentional. So the only way that this can happen, that there are 0 bots at the end of the replay, is if you kill all the defender bots, but there's still an artillery shell in the air, or you're on fire, or there are landmines. I think those are the only 3 cases. Because something needs to kill you after all the defenders are dead. But it can't be the other way around. If the attackers die, then that's it. That's the end of the match. The attacker loses. So we can speed this up a little bit. And you'll see in this particular case, it was that artillery shells were still in the air. So we're at 84%, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we slow it down now. So yeah, you can see they're just firing artillery at each other. So it's pretty obvious what's going to happen. Both are going to die. Yep, this one dies, but it had 2 artillery shells in the air, and then yours dies. Hey again, EJ. P3D Images was asking about you earlier. Also, it seems Jupiter really did disappear. He said he was going to leave the internet in March, and I haven't seen him. Last seen on February 28th. Wow. Huh. He's really gone. The effects are sizing up nicely. Yeah. So Cucumber Owl, you won even though cloaking was nerfed. I mean, the only thing I really want to try is lowering it by another maybe 10%. I don't know. Maybe I'll lower the cooldown or the duration. Sorry, what did I miss, Digi? Or are you saying you sent me a Twitch message? Because I used to get emails about Twitch messages, and if you're talking about that, I don't... Yeah, no, I don't have any messages from you. Digi, what are you talking about? Huh. Remove debug verify opponent ID. Did I already get rid of this? I did. Spawners. This is from November. This is probably worth getting rid of. Yeah, cloaking's not nerfed in that one. Okay, got it. But Cucumber Owl said there were some matches today. I could actually just go looking through the database and try to find it myself. We could test that out. Oh man, Sound of Gaming. That's too bad. Making a crane tonight in your medieval game? You have your own clamp? Yeah, I do, but that's only because I didn't know Lodash had one. No, in my... Okay, got it. Huh. Alright, thank you, Liquidor. And thank you, Cucumber Owl. 2295. So, Cucumber Owl won this one by just ignoring defenders altogether. Oh, he killed the damage boost chips first. Then what? I see. Oh, wait a sec. Oh, I might not have coded this right. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know if I did this right. Yeah, I think this is a bug. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a bug. Okay, we need to test something. In which case, this is now priority number 1. Pretty sure it's a bug that when you fire artillery while cloaked, it doesn't decrease damage. Add a test for this. Yeah, I think what's happening is that when the artillery lands, it's checking to see if you're cloaked or something along those lines. Some like totally weird thing is going on. No, we're gonna stop this. We're gonna put an end to this. So let's try this. Hardware constant. Here's what we'll do to test this. This is a very surefire way of testing it. We will set damage reduction to 1. So this will make us do no damage. And then we'll make it so that cloaking lasts forever. There. Now we... Well, let's say 5,000, just make absolutely certain. So now we make a bot that cloaks and then shoots artillery, and it should do no damage. And it's probably going to do full damage, which means that there's a large problem. So, Cucumber Owl, very, very good catch. Let's test it out. So we log in as Adam 2, we make an attack. We need cloaking, which we have, and we need artillery. Artillery, cloaking. So create a new script that cloaks and then does figure it out. All right, here goes. Yep. Well, that's a huge problem. Guess the bug exists. How did they see me though? They must have. Oh, whoops! No, never mind. I'm not testing this right. I need to be doing this. Like this. Cloaking, artillery. All right, there we go. There. So now these will stay cloaked forever. And now when they try to do damage... Yeah, they're not doing any damage. No, maybe there isn't a bug. Wait. Oh my god. It's so confusing. So yeah, none of those bots are dying. But maybe maybe the bug is that artillery does damage if the source bot isn't cloaked any longer. Go with option 1 or 2. No, I think this is still probably fine. I just think that this is possibly a different bug. I'm not totally sure how to test this though. I think I need to set the cloaking duration to something reasonable and only fire artillery when I'm cloaked. Oh, you know what we could do? We could say no cooldown on cloaking. Something like this. Just unit test that? Well, I wanted to get it to work in the game first, but I guess it will be really hard to do this. So let's just take a look at what happens when artillery lands. Hey, Jonas. Thanks for the host. I'll do my typical spam how to play botland in the chat. But welcome to every Jonas viewer. How goes the stream? I'm currently trying to figure out if there's a very unusual bug right now. When you're cloaked and you fire artillery, you're supposed to do less damage. And I think there's a bug where if you're not cloaked when the artillery hits, you end up doing full damage. Not sure. Nice tupper box. Nice. So let's go to here. There's artillery shell landed. And this is when we finally do damage. Yeah, this is the problem. This has to be the problem. We have to know whether the source bot was cloaked at the time. Nice. And apparently happy late birthday. I don't know when your birthday was. In fact, I have a whole stream birthdays list. And yeah, I don't have yours. Oh man, yeah, I think this is a bug. So, firing artillery while cloaked, but having it land while you're no longer cloaked will make it do full damage. It was Saturday and it was a big number, 30. Well, yeah, happy belated birthday. Can you attach the percentage reduction to the artillery shell missile laser? Yeah, I need to do that. You can test it by attacking someone and the defender has still standing bots with shields and repair, and you attack with a cloaked and artillery bot. Let me think about this. Yeah, I guess if I just made a custom defense that did nothing. They don't even need shield and repair. I could just do this. I could just make bots that do nothing. And just literally stand there. Yeah, this will do that. So we'll make some bots and just put them here. There we go. Then I'll log in over on Atom 1 and buy cloaking. I already have it. Artillery and cloaking. So here's what I'll do. I'll just make a quick script. If I can cloak, then cloak. If I can fire artillery, then fire artillery. Convert it all to JavaScript. And we'll do this. Init equals function cloaked equals false. Is cloaked if not cloaked. There, this should be it. And then I just go restart this. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so now I need to put a bot such that it can target any of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So put it here, 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 here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. So now we try this out, and it should work. We cloak, we fire artillery. Yep. Yep, that's the bug. Wow. Yeah. That is too bad. So when an artillery shell is fired, we need to capture any damage modifiers immediately. I want to figure out how I can do this in a generic way. Because cloaking is just one of the ways you can have your damage get modified. What if eventually there's some buff where, I don't know, firing artillery 10 times in a row does more damage? I need to attach that to the artillery shell. I wonder how I'll do this. So problem, artillery shells apply damage reduction / bonuses at the time of impact, not at the time of firing. So let's see. We need to store some information in the artillery shell itself about the source entity so that we can reproduce those reductions and bonuses at impact time or at firing time. So the naive solution here, I think, is just for now store that an entity was cloaked. Should go to bed, but here's my last question. Why did it take 4 hours to implement the uniforms? It wasn't just that. I mean, I don't remember everything that happened at the beginning of this stream, actually. What was it? Oh yeah, so part of it was that my system right now, I only told the client that a laser was fired. I never differentiated between the different kinds of lasers. So there was a whole lot of code that needed to be changed. I mean, you can see how long this took. This got done at 11:23, and this got done at 12:50. So about 2 hours of that time was spent just differentiating between damage sources. Then some of that time was spent testing on iPad, apparently. Yeah, it didn't really have to do with the shader part of it. It had more to do with the botland part of it. Yeah, I guess that's it. Yep. Hey, hi, I'm Walrus. You need to do that to any entity that doesn't impact on 0? Yeah, and right now that's only landmines and artillery shells, I think. Actually, did I already solve this with landmines somehow? Did I solve this? Man, I just never test landmines anymore. Oh, this is how I did this. I put the buffs directly onto the landmine. That was clever. Wow. So, yeah, interesting. I probably did this with artillery shells too, and I just don't have a buff for this particular thing. Alright, see you 3D extended. Oh man. Where would I even search for this? Creating a landmine, I guess? Owning player.laid mine. Where? Oh man, there was a way to do this. It was like apply buffs to entity or something like that. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember. I have a feeling I just got rid of that code at some point and I just didn't realize that it's absolutely necessary for me to keep that code. Where is it? These things were changed back in October though. What? Where did I do this? There was apply buff. Oh, here it is. Oh my god. All right. Control R does that at thing. What specific thing can you look for with it? Control R is for looking at functions. So that's the at sign. There's also, what is it? There's some other thing you can search for. I don't remember. Oh yeah, that's right. Colon is for line numbers. So there's at for functions, and then there's something else for files. There used to be, at least. Yeah, and there's hash for searching for just words, apparently. All right. This is a pretty involved bug. I gotta think about this. So the way I'd solve this with landmines is to add a buff to the entity itself so that it could track any bonuses or reductions. What do we do? When artillery lands, do we pass in the shell itself as the source? Oh wow, I already set this up for artillery shell. Oh man, no, this is ridiculous. This is going to be a really, really involved system, I think. You got an inversion table? Never heard of that. How do you use this? What? Can you send me a picture or a video, Santana? I don't think I understand this. In Cucumber Owl, I don't use a plugin for that, but there are plugins that exist, I'm pretty sure. Apparently also did that with artillery shells at one point. Alright, see you, Liquidor. No, but do you just lay down on it? You just hang upside down, that's it? I thought it was something you work while using. A fuzzy search. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that's how that worked. Huh. Neat. Okay, so the issue with doing this is that I need to confer buffs from the entity, the shooting entity. Wow, man. So there's cloaking damage reduction. That would have to turn into a debuff at this point, which isn't such a bad idea, is it? It means every projectile that you fire... No, landmines too would need to have that happen. Make sure this happens for landmines as well. Yeah, Power Rangers, it does translate pretty well. Oh man. Alright, let me think about this. So when I cloak, when an entity cloaks itself, apply a debuff for damage reduction. When an entity lays a landmine or fires an artillery shell, confer debuffs from the entity to the... from the firing entity to the damaging entity. And finally, when the damaging entity deals damage, take the debuffs into account. Honestly, this shouldn't be too bad. Oh yeah, when an entity decloaks, remove the debuff. When an entity decloaks, remove the debuff. I probably need to associate the debuff to the cloak entity, to the cloak component itself. Oh, this is quite a pickle. Being a pickle, it's usually right around this time he comes in saying good morning to everybody. Couldn't you reuse some of the principles in Redux and clone the buff object that you have on your player for every ammunition you create, and if needed, use that on hit/on cast? So this isn't necessarily on the player. It could be on the bot. Although I think that's a... I think you meant that. Let me think about this. Yeah, I think this is how I would need this thing to work. I think just anything that the entity should transfer to all of their projectiles would need to be done this way. And I need to write a test for this. Yeah, Syntonic, I never really ended up doing anything there. Man. Yeah, I think this is what we had to do. And I think we need to write a test where cloaking and landmines. Yeah. Syntonic, I think if your code is structured correctly, they probably do. But I think I'm going to have a hard time splitting things up. Of course, I haven't taken another look at it yet either. So when an entity cloaks itself, apply a debuff for damage output. Do I have something like that? I probably do. I don't remember anything about buffs. Here, what is this? Here are the ones that I had. Global lifesteal, artillery splash damage, percent damage dealt. Wow. So this is already coded. Well. Comes down to each artillery entity has a damage associated to it, and depending if you created it when cloaked, it modifies its damage property. Yeah, that's how it should work. We shoot one well. Make sure we shoot one well cloaked and have it land while cloaked. And shoot another while cloaked, but have it land when uncloaked, which is going to be pretty hard to test. Yeah. Yeah, so as far as capturing damage inside the artillery shell, let's see what happens there. We call this from where exactly here? We pass in the damage from the hardware. So yeah, the damage is stored in the shell, and then when it hits, yeah, that could be an easier way to do this maybe. No, we don't know what we're hitting though, so we can't just change the damage here. Yeah. React async component. I think Hideo was talking about this. No, maybe not. He was talking about lazy load React. You didn't discourage it? Why is that? Yeah, Joe, I was reading about that. Oh, there's a lot to do here. Okay, let's take a look at something. We're going to just revert these things. And what changed here? That doesn't matter. Well, I'll write it down. Because maybe by the time I finally look into this, I'll have 45 commits. And surely you'd use something with 45 commits. Surely. So let me think about this end to end. When an entity cloaks itself, apply a debuff. Okay. So it's got the debuff on it. So anything it tries doing is going to lower damage. So also remove the code specific to cloaking. That's a good counterpoint. Just keep the conversation coming. I'll just keep adding lines to my to-do list. When an entity lays a landmine, confer the debuffs, and then write tests for all this stuff. Hey JMM. Man, So then what am I? Yeah, I guess I've got this solution laid out. I just need to make sure there aren't any gaps in this. Yeah. Hideo, I think that's fair. Many of those libraries will set state after the import resolves, which re-renders the component with the async content. Alright. So let's try this out. When an entity cloaks itself, apply a debuff for damage output. Actually, wait, no, not let's code this yet. Let me still fix this. Make sure I don't have any gaps. So I cloak, I add a debuff. I need to know which debuff to remove afterward. So there's a buff component and a buff lookup component. These are probably just not even used right now. Oh, this isn't good. Add buff to entity. Why does this even work this way? There's a buff lookup component. Oh my god. I coded so much for this. Oh, I think I was just amazed by this the other week too. This is actually a pretty decent thing. Oh man. Alright, so add buff to entity. Do we get the buff returned? No, of course not. Well, that's a mistake. Is this ever even called? Yup. Hey, Rafa Wars. This is JavaScript. Associate this to the cloak component itself. So it'll work like this. Entity cloaks, create a damage reduction debuff, add it to the entity and associate it with the cloak component. Entity decloaks, remove all associated buffs that we find in the cloak component. I don't know if that's a great idea, to be honest. This is used on it's only used on the client. Are you kidding me? Why did I do this? This doesn't even exist on the server then. There's no way to know that it's cloaked on the server. What happens when you call cloak? Activate internal. Okay, no. Theirs is cloaked component. I see how this works. This is just the wackiest thing I ever coded. Alright, well. Cloaking in particular is going to be more difficult than that, huh? Why don't you want to clone the buff but modify it? If I read the comment correctly. So if the buff is modified by uncloaking, for example, you'll still have the same bug. Okay, I'm not totally sure I understand. What I was thinking of here is that Here's what happens. So entity fires an artillery shell. Copy all buffs from the entity onto the artillery shell. Artillery shell lands. Only look at the artillery shell's buffs when computing damage. So basically, if an entity fires artillery while cloaked, cloaking itself will give it the damage reduction debuff. And then the artillery shell will copy that buff. Then when the shell lands, it would look at the shell's buffs. Part of the problem is this. Yeah, so I think this should work. The only part I'm not so sure about is this. The only way for us to know which one to remove, let me think about this. You might have multiple sources of buffs. Yeah, if we didn't put it in the cloak. There could be a particular kind of buff. E.g., there could be some kind of armor that also grants a damage buff. So the cloak component itself would have a set of buffs. I guess that's how it would work, yeah. I think that makes sense. So when I finally apply these to another entity, how does this work? We give them the buff. This won't work on the client. We can't serialize this to the client. Components. I think I see what you're saying, Hideo. I think, which is what if you, maybe this is what you were saying. What if you ran into a scenario where, one, you cloak, this applies minus 40% damage, two, something changes that value, e.g. it goes to minus 50% damage, or two, you fire an artillery shell, and then something changes the damage value, and then four, the artillery shell lands. Is this what you were concerned about? Because step 3 shouldn't be possible. And even if step 3 was possible, it shouldn't matter, because at the time of firing the shell, you already applied minus 40% damage. I think this should be fine. I just need to make sure that all of these buffs combine correctly. And I think based on how buff lookup component works is that, yeah, this goes to an array of buffs, the buffs that this entity has. Yeah. Remember, an entity can have multiple buffs of the same type that should damage dealt That was your idea? Okay. Yeah, I don't think that should be possible, and I don't think it should matter. So we're covered on both fronts, hopefully. Hey OJ. That's my name. Adam83737. How does EMP work when it EMPs artillery? Do shells in the air still land? Yeah, so the way the EMP works is you pass in some hardware. So artillery, for example. Anything within any enemy within 5 tiles will be disabled for 2 turns for artillery. So let's say this happens. Time 0. Bot A, EMP artillery. Time. Actually, let's do it this way. So yeah, here's kind of how this works. So if bot B tries firing artillery without being EMP'd, of course it just works normally, fires artillery. Then time 1, bot A uses EMP on artillery. So now bot B is going to be affected, not the artillery shell. So now when bot B on turn 2 tries to use artillery, they'll just stop and do nothing. And they try doing it again on time 3, they'll also waste a turn. And then finally on time 4, it'll work again. So what's really nice about this is, let's say you caught a whole bunch of bots in this blast. For 2 turns, they're not going to do anything, pretty much. You were close. That's right. Okay. I think this all makes sense. I think I need to write these notes down here. But what about if I ever do this for something like Zapper? How is that going to work? Like, what happens if I say this? What if there was something like Berserk Zapper? 50 damage to adjacent enemies while active. So duration is like 5 turns, cooldown is something like 5 turns. 50 damage to adjacent enemies, and another while active of something like plus 100% melee damage. And plus 100% movement speed. I'm just making up numbers here. But if I wanted to code something like this, this would be possible with the same solution that I'm coming up with now for cloaking. I would need to associate buffs with the is zapping component. Is zapping component. Yeah, right now it just has duration, but it would need to have buffs there too. Then it applies them as soon as... Wait a second. Yeah, no. No, wait. Wait. Yeah, it needs them. Because otherwise, how can it know which ones to deactivate? Oh boy. Well, this is going to take like 3 hours to do. All because I tried nerfing cloaking. What about a buff bot that any bot in its range would get buffed up with X? Yeah, I think those are the kinds of things that are probably way more suited for defenders than attackers, because defenders have more bots and they also can clump them up more easily. But I'm not sure exactly how I want that to work. Do you mean like a super bot? No, you don't. No, you don't mean that. Don't give Hideo any more ammunition for this. Okay. Let's try coding this and see how it works. This dot buffs equals just an array. Is that a good idea? What do you think about this? These are just buffs that need to get destroyed. Hey, Swine. I'm doing well. Things have been going okay here. I feel like today and tomorrow I'm probably going to work on this. And then Friday I think is finally the time when I should tackle that database bug that I've been putting off for several months at this point, really. Yeah, I fixed the memory leak stuff. That was pretty challenging. Yeah, it was tough, but it's done now. Oh, what have you been busy with, swine? Also, let me think about this as I'm chatting. Buffs are going to be references to other buffs. They don't need to be looked up quickly. They just need to be passed in when constructing this component. So we have new is cloaked component. The client isn't going to use either of these things. Yeah, the client doesn't care. In fact, why does the client even have these? Sure, fine. Both properties only used by the client, or only used by the server. Hey, Simon. Work, 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 work. Oh man, 80 hours a week. That's crazy. Well, good luck, swine. Crap is Karen. Hey, what's the database bug? The database bug is, so in short, when a client creates something, it doesn't have the ID that the object will be in the database. So it asks the server to create a temporary object so that it can have a real ID. The bug is that this is terrible design and it led to some issues. Like, we can't just let you create a million temporary objects in the database, so we put a limit on those. But there comes a time when we need to save those objects and now we can't necessarily do it, and there's just a bunch of problems. 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. Wow. Well, we'll get to that. And that's going to be, it's just going to be a crazy bug to fix. Alright, so let's take a look. We need to pass in the buffs here too. So this is an array of buff objects, right? Yeah. References to buffs that should only exist while the entity with this component is cloaked. Yeah. Well, I'm going to be online for the next hour working on this set of tasks so that I can fix a bug that was pretty much just created yesterday. Okay, so this should work. Now when we go create the isCloaked component, this happens here. Oh man. Oh man. It's gonna be complex. Boatland LLC. Where's the Boatland video? Look no further, Hideo's got your back. So the problem is this activate internal function at the end of it calls ran terminator, which throws an exception always. It's so that we can break out of any running code that we have. But before we do that, we need to, is the third argument here is cloaked? Yes, it is. So the activated component class needs to add in any buffs that we might have. Now we could special case cloaking here. That sounds like a bad idea though. Duration buff. What is this? The buff with this ID will be taken into account when setting the duration. Oh my god. What a silly system. Yeah, this is going to be tough. So right here, we need to do something like if... Actually, what else do we have here? We have a tag for cloaking. Requisite hardware tag. We could say something like if requisite hardware tag equals this, then use the what's it called? The damage reduction buff. Sounds like a bad idea, maybe not now, but if you add more things like that later. Yeah, that's probably true. I wonder how else I would do this. Because part of what this function does is it checks, there's very similar code between all the activated abilities. Cloaking, Zapper, Reflect, Shield to some extent maybe. And there could always be more in the future. Do we have the hardware here? Get hardware to your data by tag. Yeah, we do. Okay, well, there's this. And if this exists, we're going to use it. So let's start. This is just ridiculous. So damage dealt reduction percent. What we need to do is turn this into a buff. If damage dealt reduction percent is not equal to 0, then buff.push new buff. No idea how we make this. Create buff from template. I don't remember any of this. We should just search for new buff. You never do this. We only ever make them from templates, which is always what goes through the buff depot. So what if we didn't make them from a template? Oh, good. Good EOJ. And just go down to my domain. bot.land. So when you say get specific buff, we're getting the ones that we created from a template. Not sure if I understood it correctly, but some of the issue was creating tons of objects that somehow require a valid database ID from the start. Then we're persisting them after a long time could mean that the ID is no longer valid. How many IDs are we talking about? If the order IDs does not have to be in sequence, allocating a bunch of IDs and assigning them manually would be an approach similar to allocation size for sequences in other databases. So the solution I thought of, at least, would be so the solution I thought of, my proposed solution, was going to be client comes up with throwaway IDs. So just 0, 1, 2. Then the client tells the server about these IDs. The server makes the objects with whatever the real IDs end up being. And they'll probably be contiguous, but anyway, let's just say they're not. They're 405 and they're like 460 and 461, let's say. And then the server returns a mapping of the real IDs back to the client's IDs. So 405 goes to 1, 460 or whatever, 460 goes to 0, and however this works. So that's how I was thinking of having this work. The client just passes in its temporary IDs. The server tells it, hey, here's what they ended up being. After the first phase, if you try to replay, it doesn't show the first phase. Yeah, it's reported. So much to fix. Let me think about something. I wrote down all the things I need to do for beta. If I spent all of March fixing up just bugs and not even really making any progress, could I do all of this in April? The tutorial is going to take a long time, I think. Avatars will probably take a week. Walls and pits will probably take a week. Cosmetic constraints are going to be super tedious. This issue untagged. Liquidor is gone. Although actually knowing Liquidor, he's probably watching and is just like, I shouldn't get involved in this right now. Yeah, so Kravis Karen, I'll talk more about this when I get into this issue. For now, it's probably not worth mentioning too much because I'm on something totally different right now. Yeah, I'm thinking beta will probably happen in man, I hate to say this, but probably June. Which means we'll have been in alpha for 6 months. Oh, there's only so much I can code at a time. Hey, no, Kravis Karen, like I said, I'll write a little document up on Friday if I get to this by then. Because I think what I'm doing right now is going to take today and probably tomorrow. And then for any extra time tomorrow, I should just fix some bugs. Okay, so the problem is these were all loaded in from templates. And we don't need templates anymore. So this shouldn't happen any longer. So how I could just make this my own value if I feel like it, right? There's no destroying these. They all could have descriptions don't even really matter though. These never show up to the user anymore. Huh. Okay. I think we need to change how this works. So what we could have this do is read in templates without having any values on them. It's going to be a pretty big change. Would you not consider getting someone to work with you? I don't mind doing that, but finding someone is going to be a problem, and then paying them is going to be a problem. So change buff depot so that it can produce new buffs with arbitrary values. We should just mark all of these as created at this time. So do I ever call this anymore get specific buff? What in the world is this code? This is from like August of last year when I was prototyping things. Oh my god. Alright. Oh man. Gotta be kidding me. Alright, this is still used. I'm pretty sure. I don't think this is ever used. Name and description. Oh wait, yes it is. Oh. Oh, interesting. This is what chips use. God, I've forgotten so much. So when you put a chip in the arena, Regen 15 life every turn. That's actually coming from here. Regen. Yeah, wow. Well, it turns out this isn't a huge waste of time. Great. Oh, man. Alright. This is going to take a lot of time to fix. Yeah, I think a day is worth spending on this code. Oh man, crazy. So we have get specific buff and what? This is the only place this happens in the code? No, of course there are more. Of course. Only 7 matches though, that's not too bad. Let's take a look at this. What is this? Inject client specific components for chips. So we say get specific buff, but we don't pass in a value. So we get whatever the value is by default. Maybe buffs have a default value then. And they can be overridden. Keep the default value on there for something like a chip that isn't going to specify its own buff value. Okay, where else does this get called from? Set available chips. Right, okay, I know where this happens. This is this over here. We take whatever chips you already earned and we put their values here. And in the future, no, actually this is probably fine. Sorry, I gotta purge you for now. You'll be able to talk in 2 seconds. Okay. That all makes sense. Then what's this? Get buff from chip. Is this being used? Apparently. Percent global cooldown. Regen. This is ridiculous. Yeah, this is definitely ridiculous. And then set buff values. Just like how we can set arbitrary hardware data, we need to be able to change buff data on the fly. This function lets you do that. What? Do I use this? In test code, and that's it. So I'm testing a function that I... Oh. Why? Why? This is pretty crazy. And then grant buff to player by ID. And this is only used from test code as well. I wrote so many tests around this though. And it'd be a shame if this were all just go to waste. Like, look at this stuff. Should correctly apply laser lifesteal buff and only to lasers. I made bots that would try shooting lasers and try shooting missiles. Then I'd grant the buff to them. Then I'd shoot again, see if they leached any life. Oh man, this is going to be crazy if I delete all this. But it's not even being run right now. There's 500 lines of test code here. It just doesn't make sense to have them though. This grant buff to player. That doesn't even exist. Test simulation server. Oh, okay. Yeah, it doesn't exist. can't even call this function if I wanted to. Let's delete it. Just get rid of all these things. Deleted code test coverage is 100%. And then set buff values. Is this being used anywhere outside of test code? Nope. So here's what the rest of this week is going to be. It's going to be fix this thing. It's going to be clean up the tests, I think. Either fix them or delete them. And then finally tackle the database bug if there's time. Because that thing's been hanging over my head for forever. Why bother deleting this now, though? Is there really a point? No, there isn't. This is silly. We'll delete it when it's needed. When I get to that test code. All right. So we call get specific buff in 6 different places, and each time it's getting chip related buffs, which is all of the ones that we see here. So for example, percent damage boost is 15%. So when you go into the game and you see damage boost, and you put this here, damage increases damage dealt by 15%. So that's where those numbers are coming from. But we need to be able to change this. Also, this is technically not even the right wording for this. Increases damage dealt. If we have this as a negative number, it should say decreases. Hey, Owen Murphy. Huh. Alright, let's look up at the buff depot. We've got new buffs for all this. So if we say, I need to make a function that returns a brand new buff, but then we're not using the what is it called? Flywheel design pattern? Whatever it is. There's nothing that's really shared other than the names. ID, name. The description changes based on... Oh wait, the description's a function. Oh, it's just going to be a pointer anyway. Nothing that an if-else can't fix. If ifs and elses were candies and nuts. They're all functions, except for this. No, wait, that's a function too. All of them are functions. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of formulating a plan here. So if we do... Let's do this. If... get buff from template, from remplet. What's the point of this though? I think storing off pre-created buffs is not a good idea. I'm just not positive about that. Like, why don't we always just create them on the fly? So why don't I just, instead of having this class be how it is right now, why don't I just do this? There's no buff depot, not like that at least. There's just a static function that says static get buff ID value equals undefined. And all we do here is this. we get the template. Oh, that's why. It's an array. Yeah. Alright, that makes sense. What did your girlfriend think, Owen Murphy? Did she want to play the game by the end of it? Or was she like, sorry, it's not Breath of the Wild, so what do I care? Okay, I see why this is needed. So we need to convert this into an index. Yeah, but this could just be buff templates. Yeah, let's just do it this way. This. So we'll say load buff templates. We don't even need to. What configuration file node module do you recommend? I don't really know of any, so I don't know if I can recommend any of them. Sorry, Night Zero. She only plays Fallout, so not sure Botland would be your jam. Okay, well, at least she seemed impressed. We can just store these. We can just do this. But then this doesn't need to be static. And then we create a buff from the template. We don't need to store a buff there. We do this. So name, description, and value. So default to value. Got it. Perfect. Let me just return this. There's no caching needed. And then none of this is needed either. How do you pronounce your name? I want to say Wow Striker. Joe. How do you pronounce your name? As for everything about the stream, there's this nifty FAQ. And I don't say this to be dismissive. I don't mind if you ask questions, definitely. But there is a lot of stuff that's answered here. So I suggest you just take a quick look. Most people, their first question is going to be, what are you doing on stream? And that's what this video is about. And then your next question might be, how do I play? Which I don't actually have here. But there's the today command. It's pronounced in Portuguese. Okay, I know someone who speaks Portuguese, so I will ask them how you were supposed to pronounce that. Type it in Google. Okay, I will try that later. Actually, no, I won't. I will try that now. Where's the listen button? Okay, Google Translate. Let's go to this one. Giovanni.
João.
João? Is that correct? João? Alright, well that's what I'm writing down. You can correct me if it's wrong. Alright, João. Got it. Well, welcome to the stream. And yeah, what's the game about? Check out the video there. You can also play it if you want. So every day I provide a today command so that people know what it is I'm working on. And you're always welcome to ask me, like I said, just anything you want. But the game is online. You can play it. There are a lot of bugs. And I've gotten very little money in the last however long. Although actually, oh no, I didn't even get enough experience to level up. No, Jewel's fine. Oh, thanks, Spirit Man. Just what we needed. So this really shouldn't be called get buff. I guess we'll call it create buff. And then we delete all of this. Responsible for creating buffs. I guess if it has a default value, there's no reason we can't reuse it. Does it matter? It would save memory. I don't think it's worth doing that right now. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. Okay, so value, default, we can't do that. So we're going to call this value override value. There we go. Store buff templates by their IDs. Okay, cool. That's it. That's all we have. So that was step one. Now all of these are going to be changed to create buff. Default 2 seems like a spelling error. You are correct. I hopefully would have noticed that at some point. So we can just blanket replace these things. This is fine. In fact, I don't even know why I'm going through them manually. There are only 6 of them though, so we're done. Okay, cool. So next up, close out the majority of those things. So this is fine. So where we left off was here. So we just had new buff. Do we have a buff depot here? We don't. But the arena does. Yeah. So we could access it if we wanted to. So we want to make percent damage dealt. Well, where does this come from? Like buff constants, yeah. So percent damage dealt, and the override value here is going to be negative damage dealt reduction percent. So damage dealt reduction is going to be 40%, and we want to create a minus 40% damage dealt. Yep, cool. Let's try it. Okay, so we get a buff there, and then at the end of this, we associate the buffs to the component. Yeah. Not even all components need this. Oh no, this is gonna fail miserably if we do that. We don't want things to fail at all, let alone miserably. So fine, I'll just special case this whole thing for right now. The only way I could think to do this in a more generic way is that there's a callback that we pass in that lets you specify all this code. I'll write that at the top. To do, this is special cased code for adding a damage debuff for cloaking, it should probably be handled by a callback function that is only hit when we know we're going to activate the ability. Yeah, you know what? I like this solution so much, I think I'm just going to do this now. Can we, though? We'd have to modify... No, we're not going to do this now. No, we have to modify how this thing is created. We'll think about this later. All right. So next up... Well, that's step 1, right? When an entity cloaks itself, apply a debuff for damage output. Done. I probably need to associate the debuff to the cloak component itself. Also done. Cool. When an entity decloaks, remove the debuff. Okay. That can't be hard at all, right? Activated. Where in the world does this happen? Aha. Here it is. Uncloak entity at tile. Oh, thank goodness we have this. Yeah, nice. So does this happen? No, wait, this is wrong. Where do we remove this from normally? Because that's another test case I'm going to need. Add a test case to make sure the damage debuff gets removed if you're uncloaked due to an enemy walking into you. Duration system handles this. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. Yeah. So here's where we remove the activated component. But there's one other place where we remove it, and it is right here. And in both cases, we want to update the entity so that it doesn't have the debuffs anymore. Where would I do this? Okay, see you, Joel. And Crabfish Karen. Bye to both of you. Yeah, I'm only going to be streaming for another half hour probably. Have you seen the Vault 7 leak? No, people were talking about this today. What is this? Oh, wow. All right, I assume this was Fallout related. Or Valve. What does Valve have to do with Vault? Do they have a thing? No. Maybe the words just look alike. That's why I thought. Or maybe I thought Valve made Fallout. I still don't know who makes Fallout. But yeah, I didn't think it was real life. But yeah, I don't usually like people talking about that stuff in Heroes. I try to keep everything politics free, and I think it's usually pretty hard to talk about topics like that without eventually getting into politics. Okay, so let's see. No, it's okay. You couldn't have known. Yeah, so we need one place to handle both of these. Issue is that there are two places that handle moving the isCloaked component. One is where an enemy triggers this, and another is where it naturally runs out. So we could add a function in entity util that remove cloaking. Entity decloaked. Hey Jorge, welcome back. And yeah, Node.js server side. Okay, let's try this. This should be called whenever an entity is to be decloaked. It will remove the is cloaked component and also any buffs associated with cloaking, with being cloaked. Okay, two places we got to do this. One is here, entity util dot remove cloaking whatever from invisible entity. Oh, Rose. I won't talk about it, don't worry. Last thing about that, though. Yeah, sorry, I'm going to purge your messages. I did warn you not to talk about this stuff. You're not banned or anything. Just started learning Node, got tired of PHP mess. Yeah, I think PHP still has uses. I think Node is getting so much popularity, and it is starting to replace a lot of projects that would have been PHP. Oh, like I said, Rose, it's okay. It's not like a huge offense or something. And yeah, I'm sure there are plenty of streams where you can talk about this stuff. But like I said, I know it's not directly politics, but I can't see a conversation carrying on without it very much intersecting with politics. Wow, for you. Thanks for all the bits. You've gotten the 1,000 badge now. And hey, how are your classes going? So note, this does not update any entity indexer. Nor will it tell clients, nor will it tell anything about the decloaking. Just handles the components themselves. Oh, more bits. Thanks. Almost like when we talked about the gold standard. No, the gold standard conversation made no sense. That was funny. Man. There are certain things that I always want to go back in life and re-experience for the first time. It's always, actually I get this experience when I'm playing games too. The first time you play some games, you kind of take for granted that sense of awe or discovery that you might have. Well, it's the same thing with certain conversations that were just hilarious. As they're happening, you're wondering, is this real? Is this really happening? And at the end of it, you can just think of how funny it was. But I want to go back and just have that conversation again for the first time. Just pay attention to what in the world happened during it. It was a fun time. Okay, and then here too. But this is only when it's cloaking. So I'm going to special case this too, apparently. This seems silly. Well, still thank you, Horforia. Thank you for the bits, at least. The the first 7 characters of that message were great. Then it was all downhill from there. And you got a ton of bits. Did you buy these? Or have you just been watching tons of ads? Because I've been getting a lot of bits from watching ads. And I mean, I have been getting bits into my bit wallet for giving to other people by watching ads. No, hang on a sec. Okay, just want to shut my door. So if this was deactivated, then we want to say entity decloaked, which is already going to be too late, so this won't work. No, we can't do this. Yeah, we can't do this. All ad watching? Wow, that's really good. And thank you too, Orange J. Well, so much for the quick fix here. My lights are just going to go bonkers the rest of the stream. Yeah, I gotta fix all of this. We're for you. You got a lot of them. Thank you. Yeah, we'll need to change this to params. We'll need to add a callback in. And what on removal router action doesn't need to exist? Apparently not. So we want all of these. And also remove function. This is something to call with the, oh man. Yeah, I gotta think of a way to make this part generic. If we don't have a remove function specified, we just do this. If we do have a remove function specified, I like to just call it. But what argument are we going to have? The entity, I guess? Okay, well, let's do it that way, I guess. All right, so if is function, remove function, then just remove function. Otherwise, remove it. So now we just go change every single one of these. Hooray. Excuse me. If you see me doing that, by the way, that means I'm sneezing. I'm not saying that because I want you guys to say bless you or something. I'm saying it because if I just move off screen and then come back and you didn't hear any sound because I muted my microphone, it's probably confusing. So all of these need to change. And we had, what, 4 of them? Please tell me there are no more of these. Yeah, we had 4 of them. Okay. So we just do this. And then tab these in. Thanks, Orphoria. It's quite an odd number. 496 bits. Oh, thanks. It's okay, okay. What are you umming at? Huh? Did I say I wasn't paying attention? Anyway, thanks Birdman and thanks Horforia. I wasn't paying attention to what I said. I either said the wrong name or Horforia is trolling me right now. All right, so the removal function. First, we need to specify these correctly. What are the names of them? These. So entity, cooldown component, activated component, and on removal. So I want to say that this is undefined, not necessary. Might as well do that though. And then the remove function for this, excuse me, remove function is going to be, do we even have entity util here? Yes, we do. Entity util dot entity decloaked entity. Got it. Okay. There we go. So now we need to write the function here for this. This needs to take all of the buffs that we had on this entity. So is cloaked component. Cloaked component. Great, so then we remove it. And before we remove it, we get the buffs to remove. Buffs to remove equals is cloaked component dot buffs. And we remove them from, how do we remove this? There's add buff to entity, but there's no remove buff? Huh. I guess I never did that. I never had a reason to. Yeah, wow. I just never did it. Interesting. Alright. I'll check it out later. So if you try removing this, then and it doesn't exist, and just return. But that's probably a bigger error than that. Probably should just assert. Tried removing from an entity that did not have that buff. So then the last thing to do here is remove it from this. We want to pull this by reference. If only I ever remembered the function for this. There is pull. Removes all given values. Try and REPL. Whoa, is this new? Wow. It's pretty impressive. So what I wanted to test here is, what if we had an object like hello world and var object 2 equals goodbye world. We put both of these into the array, and then we tried pulling just object from here. What is this log? worked. Okay, neat. Since January? Yeah, pretty good. So pull from, I guess we'll do it this way. Stored buffs. There, cool. So that's done. Now we need this export function remove buff from entity. And actually, thanks to Alt R and the whole toggle words, I should be able to change add to remove and to from. Pretty nice. So buff and entity. How does this work? We do not clone the buff. Wait a second. This is an array of buffs. Oh man. Yeah, so we need to iterate over all of the buffs that might have been there. Oh, this won't work. Yeah, this won't work. They all need their own ID. Oh, how am I going to do this? So I can't remove a specific buff from an entity since there can be multiple copies. Although they don't have source information, so it's safe to remove any of the ones that are identical. Do I have an equals function? I don't. If the ID and the value are the same, then they're equal. If other buff is on an object, return false. Otherwise, return this ID equals other buff ID and this dot value equals other buff dot value. I don't think it's a good idea to rely on references to buffs being exactly the same. So now that we have that, all we have to do is iterate over all of the buff components that there are. Hey, Alexander. Neat. It rounds down just like what I was hoping. It's a week-long deal. Okay. Looks good. So what we want to do here is now pull the first one of these that's equal. Cool. Yeah, cool. So, removing this, I guess we just do it this way. No, I can't do it this way. You do it this way. Buff component buff equals buff component. If buff component buff dot equals the buff that we have, then we're gonna remove that particular component. This isn't crazy at all. So entity dot remove component buff component, and then break. What are you talking about, Hideo? Just because I was typing off screen and you didn't hear anything doesn't mean there's some secret say command that I would be hiding from you guys. That's nonsense. And I'd appreciate it if you didn't slander people in chat. Alright, so let's see. Remove the buff from the lookup component as well. Yeah. Remove buff. This is a bad idea. I don't like this. Because I don't think this is going to work the way that I want it to. If I had multiple hello worlds in here, it would remove all of them, right? No, it actually is by reference. Okay. Will and bot have a random name color? I think it must. What's the phantom bot's doing that? Okay. So we've done everything except for decloaking an entity here. So now we need to go through each one of these. You know what I could have done? I could have just made these into buff components and not buffs. This is possibly a bad idea. And that's that. So this should be done. Consider whether I should modify, what was it? The code execution system function. so that it takes in a callback. Consider whether I should store buff components in the is cloaked component as opposed to buffs. I don't know if it would make anything easier. Yeah. Okay, next, remove the modify entity life code that's specific to reducing damage. Alright, so we had some code where exactly? Here? Nope, neither of these places. Where do we check to see if an entity is cloaked? Here it is. This was never, oh, it's an adjust life modify. Yeah, so if they're cloaked, they may have a damage dealt modifier. This is going to be just totally gone. Yeah, there. When an entity lays a landmine or fires an artillery shell, confer debuffs from the firing entity to the damaging entity. Yeah, isn't that great? Alright, so shared arena. So we get an artillery shell here, and we need to add all of the buffs from the source entity. We don't even have the source entity here. However, we do have the shell. And the shell should be given any buffs that we might have had. And those are all going to get serialized. Interesting. Yeah, okay, so as far as putting buffs from one entity onto another, we could just, let me think about this. We used to do this, and I don't know whether we do this any longer. It would have been a player thing that we used to call, yeah, apply buff to player entities. This would go through all the entities. What we wanted to do is go through all the buffs of one entity and add them to another. What is this? This is not the most efficient way of adding buffs. When would I have done this? When a landmine is created, I guess? That's when I would have done this? This is never even being called right now. Let's just delete this function. Do players even have buffs? No, I got rid of all that code a long time ago, I think. Yeah, I got rid of that code. So let's get rid of... Why? What? Where did that go? Oh, it's an arena. Oh, nothing calls this. Superman, if you got the golden kappa, would you just spam Twitch all day? So apply buffs from entity. So what we're going to do here is copy all buffs from the source entity to the destination. Not destination. Yeah, fine, destination. I was going to say target entity, but I think this is fine. You don't need a golden cap at a spam Twitch. That's true. But really, you wouldn't just think, okay, got to take the day off today. Can't do anything else. I'd probably visit random channels too. I wonder when that would get boring. It's like, I wonder if you were trying to craft some crazy hypothetical, but this is not a good idea right now because I really should just code. So act like I gave you guys a crazy hypothetical and talk about what you'd do. All right, so we need to go through all the buffs on the existing entity, which we have here. So these are all of the buff components. And all we have to do is call add buff to entity on the other one, which is why we have to act as though buffs are always going to be reused. Some functions copy buffs without cloning them. Apply buffs from entity. So you should use buffs equals function in running comparison. Hey, shout out King Baba. All right. So we iterate over all of these. And we call add buff to entity to the destination entity. And that's it. Okay, finally what we do is we say artillery shell dot, or no, entity util. So the source entity is going to be the active bot and the destination entity is going to be the artillery shell. So at this point, and only at this point, and let's test this out right now, we should have a damage debuff on the artillery shell. Am I reading a browser game? Yeah, I am. There's the FAQ here, and the reason I linked this in is because the very first question has a video about what the game has, what it's all about. And you actually can play the game right now, but I'm going to be taking it offline in about probably 10 minutes. So if you want to play, you'll be able to play tomorrow instead of today. But let's test this out. Here goes. So who do I log in as? I don't remember who I set this up as. Adam2? No, Adam... here we go. But I was attacking this player. So I must have been Adam1 when I was logged in. Yes. But we need this to run locally. How do we test this? I need to break in when we're cloaked and we're firing artillery. Yeah, so I know how we can do this. These need cloaking and artillery, that's how. So we put on artillery, we put cloaking on, we make a new script that cloaks and shoots artillery. But only when we're cloaked. So we put an and here. If is cloaked and will artillery hit, then fire artillery. Alright, there we go. Now let's put some of these bots over here. There. And we hit test, and this is the moment of truth. Should break in. Okay, it did, but it looks like there's a bunch of errors. Yeah, it looks like there's a ton of errors. Okay, well, that was worth a shot. So error running update. Cannot read property name of undefined. Create buff. Buff template doesn't have a name. Was that Scratch? No, that's Blockly. Did that not? There we go. Okay, how do you handle binding in React? Bind in constructor, bind arrow in render, or class prop arrow function? I tend to just use bind, but I am going to try to switch that if I can. But yeah, I'm not doing things the best way, Dennis. Okay, let's try this. Here we go. Name exists there. When would name not exist? It's if the buff ID didn't exist. Yeah, so let's put a conditional breakpoint here where buff template is undefined or buff template dot name is undefined, or equals null, I guess. There. So this should break in at some point. We just hit test and then yeah, it broke in. So buff template's undefined. What's the ID? Not a number. No. No. That means create buff didn't work. It's buff ID and then override value. What did I do? Buff ID and then override value. Why is this wrong? We shall find out why it's wrong. All right, here we go. What is going on? This. Buff ID is not a number. Okay, well, too bad. That means that buff constants.ids is apparently not how you're supposed to do this. Percent damage dealt. Buff constants IDs. Percent damage dealt. Yeah, pretty sure this should work. Having a seizure from the lights. Yeah, I'm assuming that was Botland bot, whom I've banned. Where's the lights control? Yes, it was Botland bot. Which, if I had to guess, is one of my moderators or Horforia. Aren't you missing a comma? Yeah, I am, surprisingly. How did that even... It wasn't even built. How did that even come close to working? Huh, now it works. However, there's no override value here. Oh, I see. That's ES6 translation. Okay, and it's set to -1. -1 is wrong. -1 is definitely wrong. What? Damage to... Oh. No, -1 is correct. Okay, cool. Everything's working. Yeah, -1 is what I overrode it to so that while cloaked, you would do no damage. You can see the little yellow dots over here indicating that I changed this. It's supposed to be a -40% damage debuff, but yeah. I think this is the best way for readability and maintenance. Yeah, I think this way is pretty good. Yeah, and this is the kind of way that I'm gonna probably try to switch to. What, did I guess right, Horforia? Was it you? It had to be someone because most new people who follow don't use that light control link. So whoever's using Botland bot, They're familiar with the lights. All right, next, we got to see if the artillery shell got this. All right, where are we at? Right here, components, no buffs. Wait, what? That means that, oh, that means I did this wrong. All right, let's go over to entity util. Yep. Well, now I know it's UHOR for you. Hey, Pickle. I was off by 2 hours. I thought you'd say good morning 2 hours ago. So we should have at least one of these. We have none. That is wrong. Why is this happening? All right, you have two choices. Which would you prefer? I take a small break and then stream for another 15 to 20 minutes, or I end stream now. Yeah, I'm curious. I'll continue to work for that short amount of time while you're... Yeah, IDIC Films, I haven't really looked into it yet, and I'm also not really talking about it anyway. But I'll try to familiarize myself more and then not talk about it tomorrow. It's the kind of thing that I don't really think is good subject matter for the stream. Okay, so what we learned is that the source entity does not have these buffs, and it should have gotten it at the time of cloaking. Yeah, so it should have been here. Oh. Oh, whoops. Oh, man. Okay, fine. So this is what I meant to do. How are you feeling regarding your back? My back's been hurting all day. I am just doing a bad job at keeping my posture correct. I'm going to keep trying to do exercises. Well, there's a name I can never say on Twitch. Take a small break. Okay, well, small break is winning. Although just like every single other straw poll I ever take in this channel, it's always almost 50-50. Vote done. All right, how about this? Let's do neither of these then. I'll end the stream in like 5 minutes. I just really need to use the bathroom. And it's either take a very small break in order to only come back for a few more minutes, or just end the stream. So I'll work for a little bit longer. Computers and posture are mortal enemies, yeah. Okay, what do we have now? Aha, a buff. Look at that. So now, after we get out of this function, the artillery shell that we just made should have buffs on it. And if so, I am totally happy leaving now. Yes, there it is. And is it correct? Minus 100% damage? Yes. And buff lookup should contain a lookup map of that same buff. Perfect. It's working. Good posture loader. All right, this is pretty good. So I did this for artillery. I need to do this for landmines. And then I just have this, and then testing it out and writing the formal test for it. So I thought this would take all day tomorrow to do. Writing the test, I could probably get this stuff done in about 2 hours. So I'll spend the time doing that tomorrow. Then I think I'll work on, well, I guess I'll just work on a lot of tests tomorrow. Oh well. Yeah, I just raised this monitor to eye level, but this one is still, if you see me looking at chat, I'm looking down, and then I look over to here and things are kind of fine. So I think the difference between angling my head like this and like this is probably going to alleviate some pain. But I don't think it's going to fix everything. So I got to keep being very mindful about how I'm sitting, the exercises that I'm doing. I really want to just go back to the gym, and I feel like I'm not ready yet. All right, who are we gonna host? Oh, we know who we're gonna host. It's gonna be Zeef. So I want a raid message. So there are a couple of things I want to say to everybody. One, Botland will be taken offline in about 3 minutes. Two, in Zeef's chat, type Mr. Destructoid if you're not a sub, and Adam Bro if you are a sub. So that's it. You either type that or you type that, or nothing if you don't feel like typing anything. And the third thing is tomorrow will be a full 8-hour day. So thank you all for watching today. Thanks for all the bits toward the end of the stream. Thanks for the resubs. And tomorrow will be mostly devoted to testing. It'll be a pretty low-key day. Is this the stream end? Yeah, this is the end of the stream. Yeah. But thanks for watching, everyone. See you later.